Yo, 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 yo. Pyramid plot from the bottom to the peak. Ash reading lies, truth ain't weak. Naysayers squawking, no new speak. Scheme crumbling, cult shattered, bleak. Promises of wealth, gold feathered truth. On passive dreams, scans hollow booth. Eyes unblind, it's time to sleuth. Escape the web, find proof in youth. Time to bounce, leave the cult zone. Scheme falling, let it be known. Naysayers truth, our daggers thrown. Ash's kingdom, we're breaking the stone. Digital deceit on passive streets. Scams run deep, feel the beats. Investors cry, no way to eat. Unmasking this fraud, no repeats. Ash's words, smoke screen facade. Promises broken, dreams all charred. We've woken up, we're off guard. Breaking free, cut the cord, charred. Lies exposed, truth widely spoken. Chain reaction, web is broken. Freedom's here, scams out in the open. Naysayers rise, no more coping. Yeah. Lies exposed, truth widely spoken. Chain reaction, web is broken. Freedom's here, scams out in the open. Naysayers rise, no more coping. Blocks falling, schemes broken, Ash got him choking, wallets getting stolen. Promises of gold, dreams been molded. Naysayers expose lies, truth unfolded. Naysayers in the streets, Ash scam unravel. Wake up out the cold, time to travel. Speaking code, let the truth rattle. On passage a joke, no need for babble. Promises, illusions, they got you in a daze. Webs out flashy, but heart full of haze. Fake riches, paper castles in a blaze. Ash's empire crumbling, end of the craze. Naysayers in the streets, Ash scam unravel. Wake up out the cold, time to travel. Speaking code, let the truth rattle. On passage a joke, no need for babble. Promises, illusions, they got you in a daze. Webs out flashy, but heart full of haze. Fake riches, paper castles in a blaze. Ash's empire crumbling, end of the craze. Naysayers in the streets, Ash scam unravel. Wake up out the cold, time to travel. Speaking code, let the truth rattle. On passage a joke, no need for babble. Spinning tales, tales in the dark. Got folks in trance, hypnotized by the spark. Dim truth peeking, find your mark. No riches here, just an empty park. Preaching progress where reality twisted. On passive dreamers, naive and misfitted. Broken promises, karma never resisted. Naysayers can't tell how we existed. Still you'll catch your time.
Naysayers don't play, we speak what's true. On passive scheme ain't meant for you. Ash got plans to steal your soul. We won't lead you down that hole. We rock, you know we won't stay by. Won't steal your cash, your time ain't mine. Ain't mine. Naysayers rise, we shine so bright. Truth cut deep in darkest night. Hey, Ash and his game wanna take what's yours. Pyramid built with hidden doors. Claims of wealth, but it's just a lie. We naysayers, we don't buy. Ash and his game wanna take what's yours. Pyramid built with hidden doors. Claims of wealth, but it's just a lie. We naysayers, we don't buy. We won't be silent, gonna raise our voice. Speaking facts, ain't no choice. Break the chains of a dirty scheme. Naysayers live in the dream. Promises of gold, but all you get is smoke. Ash's empire, just a joke. Naysayers stand up, keep it real. We cut through lies like sharpened steel. We rock, you know we won't stay blind. Won't steal your cash, your time ain't mine. Ain't mine. They say it's rise, we shine so bright. Truth cut deep in darkest night. Hey,
Karma's a bitch.
Queen of Karma.
Hello everyone, and how are you all doing today? I hope that you're all having a wonderful day. Happy FriYAY to my sayers of nay. And congratulations to Mark and Ella for becoming grandparents for the 3rd time. That is awesome. I hope that all of you are having an amazing time. It's been a little bit of a while because I've been sick. I've been busy, and then I've also been sick. So unfortunately, I haven't been able to go live as much as I have liked, but I am working on videos as much as I can in the meantime, because I have like 10 scripts that I'm trying to get through. So that's going on, and that's been going really well. There's going to be a lot of really great videos coming out over the next few weeks that aren't really on Passive related, so there'll be that. So look forward to that coming up. Other than that, you know, I've had RSV twice this winter, and I already have issues with my oxygen levels in my lungs and all kinds of issues with my breathing. So because of that, I've really had to take it easy a lot more than usual, especially over the last like few weeks here, where when I got it the second time, it hit me quite hard. And so basically I've been spending the last like few months just trying to like get out content to you guys whenever I'm feeling up for it, and then trying not to be admitted to hospital because I can't breathe. That's been my life. Other than that, though, everything is going very well. The little one is at the pool with a friend right now and the hubby. So we have the evening. I have the evening with all of you. I'm not going to go to the pool and get her friend sick. So I said, all right, you guys go do that. I will do my FriYAY and we will have a great evening. So I hope that all of you guys are ready for quite the show. Because there's something that's been going on, and it is, I swear to God, if I see one more person in on Passive, one more OFounder talking about a tech team, I might go insane. That might end me up in the hospital before my breathing issues do. I'm just saying, like, it's like, you know, I'm going a little nutso. So that is the theme for today. I have to stop going to the dispensary. See, that's the thing. That's the other thing, is that my anxiety has been through the roof because I am not smoking as much. I will be okay. I will be okay. I am getting a lot better. I've been feeling a lot better the last few days compared to like all winter, basically. So I think I'm finally starting to get better. But, you know, unfortunately, it's kept me down a lot more than I want to admit. I had a flu vaccine on Wednesday because swine flu was going around, and I also don't want to end up in hospital again. Stay safe. Yes. And I always get my vaccines. I am very pro-vaccine, and I always get my vaccines. And all I think when I get sick like this, which isn't too often, this is the first winter I've been sick in a really long time, especially like this. I used to get like pneumonia and stuff a lot. It almost took me out on my 9th birthday. Spent that in the hospital. That's how we found out I had a lot of my issues. But if I didn't have a flu shot, I probably would have been hospitalized both of these times that I've been sick this winter. And that is why you need to get your shots, your vaccines. because, like I would have had this way worse. I guess the flu vaccine also helps with this. So it can lessen the symptoms of the RSV and all that. So I just think, Jesus, if I didn't have that vaccine, I would actually probably be done for. So I haven't had the flu in years thanks to the flu vaccine. Yeah, like I don't really get like the flu anymore. It's more like a cold. The flu used to like take me out for like a whole week, and I'd be in bed for like a week growing up. It was awful, even with the vaccine. And again, because I already have health issues, they just make everything better, It's wonderful. So like every time I get sick, it's a little bit worse than like, if like maybe somebody else gets sick. So, I haven't had too much issues with the flu. Now, if I get the flu with the vaccine, I tend to only be out for a couple days. So there's that. But again, because of the vaccines, without the vaccine, if I got the flu, I would probably be in the hospital. So that's why I am so please go get vaccinated. Ella, congratulations on becoming a grandma again. Good evening. I'm glad you're here. Hello, Beans. Good to see you. Alb says, I'm pretty healthy, but I do have a big crack in my ass. That's too bad, Albs. That's too bad. I hope you get that fixed. All right. I'm glad that everybody is here. We got Mark here, and Joe is here, and Violet, and Mr. Level came in, and Jelly Snack is watching, which is great. So everybody almost is here. Let's just get right into it, because we got a lot to get through, because it has been a little while. So like always, let's start off with our On Passive Meme Review. The Meme Review. I like the Meme Review. So the first one is pretty simple. I mean, for On Passive, we got the On Passive, not their logo. I guess it's their name brand. Because, like, the logo's the circle. So I guess this would be, like, their name branding. And it says, in the middle, the ultimate journey. Which, again, if I don't know what On Passive is, I don't know what that means. And this is why businesses, especially MLM companies that have, like, distributors marketing for them, usually have specific marketing materials to use. So that things like this don't happen, where you post up random memes or misinformation and whatnot, and people are like, I don't know what that means when you're posting that up telling me to join. Then we have this one. On Passive, we're in it to win it, of course. And then it says, we're bigger than you think. I'm not really sure what that means. Especially since this is being posted right after Ash announces that there's no offices. All the offices have been shut down except for Florida. Well, yeah, that's because that's your home office. So unless you get evicted, the Florida office doesn't get shut down, Ash. Very good. So I'm like, obviously it's not about how they've expanded. More people than what we believe? That might be true. I mean, I might give them that. But it doesn't really mean anything. Oh, wow. Yeah, I like this one. We're bigger scammers than you think. There we go. Now, see, that makes sense. Maybe they just forgot a word. But I couldn't help myself, all right? It reminded me of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I'm a 90s kid. Fuck off. So I made us Honey, I Shrunk the OFounders. I like it. I think they should make a movie out of it. And the movie could be about how Ash Mufara has basically made these people shrink down. Poor Chris Johnson can't do anything without Marty DeGarmo anymore. There was a time where this was a man that, was independent. He was a single dad, had a job. Now he can't even do a live stream webinar without Marty DeGarmo at his side. So I'd say he's been shrunk down. So it could be all about how their cult tactics made them all smaller people. Maybe we could sell this to Netflix. They'd probably be down with the movies they're making lately. Ash being homeless, now that would be something else. I mean, I kind of do wonder often. I'm like, how does this man pay his bills and like feed his family though? It just makes you wonder. Stand back. They're not sure how big that thing gets. It's like Ash up there. He like steps on them. Really a time for Tiny Dare condoms to go hard on the marketing. It is. We all know people on passive need them. And it was Easter. I hope everybody had a wonderful, wonderful Easter weekend. I hope that you all unplugged for at least a little bit. Spent some time offline. I do push you to do that in between streams and webinars and whatnot. Don't become like on passive where you're going from webinar to webinar like they are. You always got to kind of be mindful of that. And this year, compared to past years, we're not celebrating holidays like we used to. Is it just me? I feel like when I was first covering on passive, every time there was a holiday, there was a big holiday webinar, Ash would usually appear, everybody would dress up, and it would be like a huge celebration for the holiday. Like, for example, if it was Easter, they would all get together like Easter Monday, and it would be like a big webinar that they all celebrated together and wished each other Happy Easter and prayed together and whatnot, Ash would shoot the shit with them for a little bit usually in those ones, Those were the ones where Ash wasn't all corporate and he was like, he would kind of chill a bit. And I feel like over the last couple of years, it's like really wound down. And I didn't feel like they really did an Easter celebration. Like there was a few webinars, obviously, on Monday where they were like, hey, happy Easter. And over the weekend, hey, happy Easter. But it wasn't like such a celebration. But it's all right. Because Rabindra, apparently, he says, happy Easter. I wish you lots of health, love, and blessings. With a big Easter basket. And I didn't know that Easter was so big all around the world. I was a little surprised. Because even myself being atheist, I get a lot of like, why are you celebrating Easter? It's about Christ. And I'm like, no, for me, it's about chocolate and eating a meal with my family. I made it something else, all right? We're allowed to celebrate things too. Has anyone ever actually seen Chris Johnson recite a prayer? That's a good question. Like an actual prayer? I don't think so. I don't think any of them have done that much. They just tell people to pray. They don't actually pray. They just say, we are praying for you. Or they'll be like, hey, can you guys pray for this person? I don't think they've ever actually done like a prayer. Or what? I think there was one webinar where they were supposed to do some praying. And it just ended up being a big I Love Ash Fest instead. So I don't think they've ever actually done that. Hello, Scam Chan. He's the prayer ringleader. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I guess he doesn't have Oblast anymore, so he needs something to do. Has he dyed his hair red? It does look like that, yes. I feel like the last few pictures we've seen of him, the hair's been a bit red. Looking good. It doesn't really match the mustache, but hey, the curtains don't always have to match. Here's another one. I feel like it's the same picture of him. And again, I'm not really sure what this has to do with on passive. I feel like this is just a personal development quote, if anything. Love yourself first and everything else falls into line. How profound. I never thought of that before. Thank God that you said this, Mr. Gouda. Would have never thought of it. Oh, he's silly. I do like the chess pieces. I was like, I guess that's kind of like on passive. I mean, Ash does have a chess piece behind him, a couple of them during his webinars with the show. But like, other than that, I'm kind of like, okay, but what does that really have to do with on passive? I would argue that in order to love yourself, you should now leave on passive. Staying in on passive at this point is going to harm you more than it's going to help you in any way. So think about that. He hasn't prayed to Ash in a while. Chris and Marty are about as religious as Trump. When asked what's their favorite verse from the Bible, they said, they're all really good. Yeah, that'd be funny. They're all good. Then we have this one from Nuno. Good old Nuno. Nuno's out here. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. And I'm like, okay, but how does that really apply to on passive? And define what you mean by courage. Because I have a hard time thinking that staying in this company that is not doing anything and now admits that they have nothing to offer you is not that courageous. I think it would be more courageous at this point if you left it like it. Just saying. You know? Leave it. And then I'll find you courageous. Hey guys, going to listen and need to drive and fetch my son from a party. Well, have fun, Violet. I hope that he was good at that party. Then there's this, which I'm like, are we supposed to get a forehead tattoo? Please don't. By the way, there are people that have gotten on passive tattoos. I have shown them to you in the past. And I'm just wondering what they're all thinking right now. But it's right on this guy's forehead, and it says, if Ash didn't say it, it's not the truth. Ash. Because of course Ash would say, if I didn't say it, it's not the truth. And my thing is, if Ash said it, it's probably also not the truth. What made me laugh about this was that it was actually Chris Johnson that posted it. And I was just like, really? Like, I think you've brought that up enough. We're good. We don't need this big giant head tattoo to tell us now. Hello, little Miss Lulu. Happy Friday. Also, this guy doesn't look happy. Like, he looks pissed that somebody stamped this on his forehead. He's like, hey, what are you doing? What is this shit? Why'd you put that on me? He doesn't look happy. And I always find it so funny whenever they post pictures of people like this. Like, you can get, like, someone smiling. I guess the AI didn't want to make him smile. He does look mind controlled. Maybe the AI was like, you know what? This guy would not be happy if it said this on his forehead. We cannot put a smile on him. We're trying to be more realistic and understand emotions, you know? Another thing, Chris Johnson has updated his name on YouTube. Instead of Chris Johnson on passive, it is now, the future is clear, Chris Johnson. Which makes me laugh because it sounds like you're saying it to him. Like it's not a name. Someone is saying, the future is clear, Chris Johnson. And it's that you need to leave this scam. But yeah, I just found that interesting. He's changing his name, you know. Got to take the on passive out of there, I guess, because, you know, we're moving on. I'm very triggered by this image. Not only because of who's in the images, but I'm like, why are we posting media stuff right now? The O media was attached to Dubai and Mohammed Kamal. Ash has made it very, very clear we do not like Dubai and Mohammed Kamal on Passive. All right? They're criminals. So maybe don't put O media global trends up on the memes right now. Just weird timing. Also, these pictures are kind of random. I get what you're going for. Obviously, you have all these authoritarian leaders who want to be in power, and they all want to run a cult. I mean, that's cool. But what is Redfern doing there? I'm like, okay, I get what you're saying. You're like, yeah, powerful men change the world. Ash is like these guys. They compare Ash to Trump and Elon Musk a lot. So I'm like, yeah, okay, that's not surprising. We've seen them use Trump several times, and Elon Musk. They seem to think Ash is at that same level. So that all makes sense. But then again, the fuck is Redfern doing there? And then it's funny that they found a picture of him in his. Now I'm awful. I don't know anything about the army. I don't know. Is military, Navy. I'm sorry. I'm not sure. The man has served. So you can thank him for his service. But if you're in the UK. But it's almost like they were like, we got to find a picture of him in his uniform so that he looks as important as all these other people. Because why is he there? I was kind of shocked. I was like, if they put Marty there, I would maybe be like, yeah, okay. They see him as like the next step down from Ash Mufara. So it would start, but Red being there was a little bit weird. I don't know. I thought Red was a cook in the army. What are the medals for? To commemorate when he didn't give the troops food poisoning? I'm not sure. And I honestly don't know anything about that life. So I am not going to be the one who is going to be like, oh, Red's lying about his service and shouldn't have these medals. Like, I have no clue. I couldn't even begin to tell you. I'm assuming, though, he's earned them in some way for something. Or maybe that's fake. I don't know. But either way, what does this have to do with any of these other people? You know? It looks photoshopped too low down. Honestly, Mark, listen, if you're in the UK and you want to look into if Red actually served or not, and then help explain to me how it works a little bit, then I might call him out for it. But again, I have no clue. I don't know how you're supposed to wear the medals. I don't know what medals you're supposed to get. I don't know where they go. I don't know anything about this. I've always tried to stay out of that whole thing. Trust me, I have a history with it on here. All right. One of my major stalkers on here got called out for lying for being a veteran, and I got wrapped up in it somehow. Even then I was like, I have no clue. I can't be the one to judge this. I have no clue. That's not even my country. I don't know. But I couldn't even begin to tell you about Canada really that much at all. Like, I'd even have to research that and go look into it. So I don't know. But it does kind of look like they should be more at the heart level, and they're a little low, a little higher on the chest. I will say, usually you do wear medals a little bit higher, but again, I don't have enough information to go doing that. I just think it's hilarious that they were like, but we will add him to this and make sure he's in the uniform. Otherwise, it would look really funny with him. Which is kind of funny because then they got a picture of Ash where he's just, it's his normal picture. Like, he's not even in a suit. So they could have done a better job of that. But I mean, what do you expect? It's an on-passive meme. But I just think, this says a lot about OFounders, doesn't it? You know? Sam says, hi all, don't quit your jobs. That's right, do not quit your jobs. This picture started getting posted around. Now, I believe that Marie and another couple OFounders that we'll talk about in future in this stream, who are now speaking out about OnPassive, originally posted this up with a post of theirs where they were trying to warn people about OnPassive. And this happens a lot, right? And since they used this picture, then after that happened and that got posted all over Facebook, the OnPassive people then see that and then they go, oh yeah, this picture. So then they take the picture from those posts and then they start reposting the picture of Ash. So I got hit with this picture a lot on Facebook, and it was funny because it would be like someone speaking out about OnPassive with this picture. And then it would be like someone promoting OnPassive with this picture. And then the next post would be someone speaking out. And it was just kind of funny to me. Once again, though, a picture, which I think this is from his latest webinar, which, you know, because he was facing that way with the camera and the background and everything. And I'm just like, again, you had that whole stream. There's like 2 hours of a stream of Ash where you could have grabbed a picture of him where he's smiling or at least looks more alive. What is this expression? He looks like he's very unimpressed and he might even pass out soon. So it's just, I get a kick out of being like, what pictures are they using of his? Because even they don't care enough to make him look good. Oh, we'll get into that, Sam. Don't you worry. And then there was this, which, again, another picture of Ash. I will say at least he looks happy here. I mean, I would rather see Ash smiling like this in their promotional materials than looking like this. Now, I don't know, maybe some people see someone looking serious as them being powerful. That might be a culture thing. Because to tell you the truth, not every single culture actually thinks smiling at someone means a positive thing. Or like you don't have to smile to be happy kind of thing. Some of our social cues and facial expressions are just very American. So maybe other cultures see this, and to them this is more powerful looking than the picture of Ash sort of laughing. So I could kind of get that. But when it comes to MLM and hustle culture, usually it's like, look at us, we're having fun. Look at all these stock images of families together holding hands and going on trips. You know what I mean? And so it's just, once again, I feel like OnPassive is doing like the opposite of that. And then wanting the same result. But that's not the only thing about this picture. What's driving me nuts is that then it says, oh, connect new wallet. This was posted up the day before yesterday. I was about to say yesterday, but then I was like, no, wait, that would have been if the stream was yesterday. So yeah, it was posted up the day before yesterday, 2 days ago, saying, oh, connect new wallet. What oh, connect? What wallet? Never mind a new wallet. Where's the old wallet? You don't have that anymore. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? And like, it's always been a little frustrating, right? But I feel like over the last couple weeks, this stuff is driving me a little bit nutty, more so, because I'm like, he's come out here and straight up told you that there's nothing. He has nothing. And they're still like, but the OConnect new wallet's about to come out. And I'm like, oh my God, stop. You know? Jesus Christ. Even Joe says WTF. So I hate this. Don't do this. This is also some of the misinformation that Marty and Chris are talking about. And the thing is, they do have a right to get mad at this kind of false marketing, right? Hello, Jazz. Happy FriYAY. I mean, okay, if OnPassive was a legitimate ethical company, right, then it would make sense for them to be like, hey, stop spreading misinformation. The problem is right now all the information is misinformation. But it does make some sense that Ash, Marty, and Chris would be like, don't spread misinformation, don't lie about what we're doing here. It's just that they don't realize that the responsibility falls on Ash. He doesn't have a compliance team. He has no rules about what you can do and can't do written down anywhere. There's no marketing materials. And these are all things that the regulatory agencies look for to see who to blame for the misinformation, false advertising. As we've talked about a lot, especially with Marty and his illegal income claims. They'll go to the company and Ash first, and they'll go, is he trying to ensure people are not falsely advertising? Is there a compliance team? Do they get in trouble if they do this kind of stuff? And is there proof of that? And if the answer is no, 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 then it's not the OFounder doing the false advertising that gets into trouble. It's Ash and OnPassive. Right? It's only going to be the distributor getting in trouble if the company says, actually, we keep warning them. Here's all the times that we've reprimanded them for doing this and they're not listening. We're going to kick them out now, and then you can sue them. And that does happen to people, by the way, in MLMs. Distributors get booted out of their MLM, and then they get stuck with getting in trouble by the FTC or the SEC for doing false advertising. It doesn't happen a lot because usually the top person is actually at fault for it. But like, it does happen. And you need to be aware of that if you're in this industry. If you're in the network marketing industry, you need to know that that can happen. Which should be another incentive for you to not go making illegal income claims, medical claims, and spreading misinformation about these things. It's supposed to be that way. You know, the world kind of doesn't like false advertising and illegal activities. And people saying that there's products that cure things that they don't cure, you know? So that's kind of how they try to stop that from happening. So in this case, again, this person, although he's probably getting yelled at by Marty and Chris, he's not going to be held responsible legally. So maybe you should be on Ash and tell him to get his ducks in a row a little quicker, you know? Joe says it's not a lie if you believe it. The next one we have. A fresh start awaits. Every end is a new beginning. And then I think it's JR. I don't know who that is. But we got a lion in the background. It's like a little insensitive to be reminding people of the carnivore diet while Marty's in the hospital, probably for being on it. But anyway, sure, throw lions up in your memes. It's just, you know. Now, see, this picture, I will say, though, I could see why OFounders would have chosen this picture of Ash. There's not often where I'm like, yeah, okay, that picture kind of makes sense. He looks a little smug, but, you know, to someone with scammer eyes, that would seem powerful. He looks powerful here to someone that's a little scammy. Poor Marty, he got a defective med chair. Next excuse for Ash. The tariffs are kicking our ass. Probably. Wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, the lion is very ironic because Ash be lion. Sorry, I'll see myself that. I still don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what this contraption is supposed to be. Like, we have this fake wooden tree with leaves, and then I don't know what it is. All right, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's supposed to be a spade. I don't know. But anyway, there's this weird contraption with Ash and I'm assuming the person who made this face on it. We got an eagle, of course. America, fuck yeah. And then in the top right, it says, "Don't be afraid to grow slowly." I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that people in on passive are not afraid to grow slowly. They've proven they're absolutely fine with that. All right. Don't be afraid to grow slowly. It's much worse not to grow at all. Okay, fair. But you're kind of in a standstill. So are you growing? And then the bottom left, it says, "A dream you don't have can never come true." I mean, just pure poetry. Pure poetry. I'm not really sure what is going on here. First of all, that's one scary fucking unicorn. Like, those eyes are piercing. Piercing! Red thinks there's nothing wrong with making money by spending every day manipulating his audience to remain in this moronic scam. That's right. Red, Marty, Chris, Julie, Lynn, Gerspinder, Mr. Joffrey, Mike Ellis. Maybe not every day, but he's still kicking. You'll see him soon. I could go on. You know? Elves is like, "But they haven't grown." It's like, what do you mean? You're not even growing. You're growing in reverse. Remember, we're shrinking. It's Honey, I Shrunk the OFounders. But this image is probably more scary than a lot I've seen. When I was in high school, I was forced to see a play. Damn me for going into the theater. I was forced to go and see a play. And I could not help but think of this play when I saw this image. And all I'm going to say is, if you know, then you know. And that's all I can think of. Maybe we need to save the unicorn. It's obviously had something happen to its eyes. Okay? And that's all I'll say. If you know, you know. If you don't, Google it. And Godspeed. This picture of Ash is one of my favorite ones because I feel like he looks just goofy as hell. I don't know what it is about his eyes and almost like the way he's smiling. I don't know. He's goofy. But after what I just said, we needed some goofiness to kind of wrap up this image. Al petting a unicorn? Yeah. Al says, "Most punchable nose ever." Especially with this face, maybe. Because, yeah. He looks goofy here. They're still doing the hashtag Stand With Ash. But I guess they've also added hashtag Stand With OFounders. So there's that. Hashtag Stand With OFounders. And in this one, Ash looks like he's giving us a dirty look. You know? Is the company still valued at $5.5 billion like they all said it was 5 years ago? It's never been valued at $5.5 billion. And I've even done 2 videos explaining why they cannot call their business a unicorn company and why they do not know how to even tell you the value of a business and why it is not valued at even $1 billion. Joe says, "At least use a pic with his barber collage haircut." That's right. Yes, Ash needs some reconstructive nose surgery. maybe you should have hit him in the ear. You guys could have saved him from his skin tag. That's all your fault now. How dare you? But yeah, he's giving us dirty looks. I don't know if I want to stand near him when he's looking at me like that. I don't know what the first 3 points were, but there's been an interesting thing going on in one of the OnPassive Facebook groups. Actually, several of the OnPassive Facebook groups. Group chats, sorry. I should specify. Group chats. So there's a bunch of OnPassive Facebook groups that you can like join, where you just go on and you can like type posts on there and you're talking to the whole group. And then many of them also have an ongoing chat. So there's almost like this private chat that you can get in where they all post stuff. And one of the OFounders in one of these groups that has been completely like taken over and almost rebranded. I don't even think it's about OnPassive anymore at this point. Just keeps posting up these random quotes. And this one ended up getting posted up with some OnPassive stuff. So I was like, okay, maybe this guy is still in OnPassive, although the group subject seems to have changed. There's still people that are in OnPassive in there that are like, no, we want OnPassive. So he posted this up with a couple like OnPassive memes we've already seen. And I just found it interesting what he was posting amongst the OnPassive stuff and then whatever else this group is posting. But it says, 4th point, belief makes man into man indeed. It makes man into a king. Since this is so, man's basic duty is belief and supplication. Unbelief makes man into an extremely impotent beast. Words 323. I don't know what that means. Maybe that's a book in the Quran or something. I don't know. But I just found that interesting. Just kind of file that away. Do what you want with that information. But there's always a lot of religious themes happening. It's just fascinating for a group of people that say they're not in a cult. Another example is this post. I don't even know how to describe this. It looks like an AI version of Ash with sunglasses laying in a field of flowers, and then it says, those who believe in God, they need to have faith in him, because faith is the one whom we consider as God, and we have been chosen to follow him. And I couldn't help but be like, are you implying that God is Ash Mufara? Because that's a little worrisome. Let's maybe not do that. And it got posted in several of the OnPassive Facebook groups. I checked out several of them, and then this kept popping up, and I was like, holy crap, he posted it in all of them. And it was just, didn't give me good vibes. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. I feel like you are very heavily implying that, Ash is God, or that he has some kind of connection to God. If you don't believe in Ash, then you're going against God. And again, kind of a weird thing to be posting from a group of people that claim they're not in a cult. Just don't do that. Words 323, what is that? Sounds like something from the medieval ages. Yeah, I don't know. Impotent, there's medication for that, Joe says. Stay tuned. Tiny Dinger Viagra is coming your way. The other thing that I wanted to let you guys know in this meme review, because I didn't know where else to stick this, is that there is a new scam that some of these OnPassive people are promoting. There's quite a few, actually. But this one kind of made me laugh. It's called Blue Litty, which is just fun to say. Blue Litty. And it says, Blue Litty is the world's first desalination company which launched online, pioneering a revolutionary way to tackle global water scarcity. Unlike trading or mining companies, investing in Blue Liddy is secure and built on real-world impact. It offers a safe and sustainable way to grow your income while contributing to solving the global water crisis. So they've been sharing that around, and I was kind of like, see what happens, Ash, when you don't give them their water filtration systems? You see? That's why you should have done that. Now they're out here, they're looking for water scams. Would you be surprised how many scams have to do with water? It's not just a magic out here. But yeah, I just find it interesting. They're getting restless, so a lot of them are just kind of jumping ship. And many of them think like, okay, again, if I could go get a job, all right. What am I going to get a job in? Well, I guess network marketing. What do you do when you're in network marketing? You promote to your social network. And OnPassive seems to think that they own the members of OnPassive. And so, like, if anyone in any other company talks to one of them and asks them to join, they're doing something awful to OnPassive. They're coming to poach all of OnPassive's people. And I'm like, no, that's welcome to online marketing and MLMs. Like, some people are in like 3 MLMs at the same time. It's always weird to me when they're like, only do my MLM. If you do another one, we'll kick you out of ours. With God, no, the founders need to call Bob Larson. They really do. What I found funny is I was watching some promos, none that I'm going to show you like this. This one I'm not going to show you. It sucked. But while I was watching it, what I did see is they were showing all of the channels that were doing a stream snipe, live streaming Ash Mufara's webinar. And look, I made it in there. That's my thumbnail right there with Ash. It even says Delulu Watch Party right on it. And I think that's funny. They were like, yes, go and watch Queen of Karma. She's doing a Delulu watch party where she watches us. So, you know, I like it when they promote me. It's helpful. Then I had a short little conversation with an OFounder that I wanted to share. Where this was before Ash appeared. Was it? Wait, I did get a screenshot a little bit. Yeah. So this would be in between Ash's appearances. So they're talking about the last webinar that Ash was appearing on. And they said, I think next webinar will be very fruitful and hopeful. And all think will be clear like as glasses. So what they're saying is everything will be clear as glasses. Very, very clear. Hopefully you clean your glasses. Hello, Salami. If you're Chris Johnson, you don't even wear your glasses, though. So, I mean, his should be pretty clean anyway. Next webinar will be like every other webinar, coming soon, right? So they were like, it'll be clear as glasses. So we all know me. I'm a snobby bitch sometimes. So I said, you mean clear as mud, right? And they responded, as you know, sweetie. And I'm having a hard time now. I'm having a hard time because I don't know if they are agreeing with me. Like they're like, yeah, you're right. It wasn't that clear. It's not going to be clear. Or if they just didn't get it. I like to think that they just didn't get it. But they are agreeing with me. Yes, it will be clear as mud. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. We have all decided that it is always clear as mud. And that is it for this week's fabulous, amazing OnPassive meme review. So yeah, it was really a good little meme review. I know it was a little they're usually an hour. I guess it was about the same length. And a few less memes than usual though. I think we should get into some Bill Must videos. John White and Bill Must are back. They're back to posting. It's great fun for all. They're posting all kinds of videos, and we're going to go through these in no particular order. It's just the order that I uploaded them. And the first one that I want to go over with you guys is called Butterfly or Moth.
The meaning of controlled chaos. Controlled chaos is a phrase often used casually to describe something that looks out of control but which functions according to unseen rules or organization. What looks like a situation that seems to be beyond a solution is not showing why things are happening. Because you don't see a change normally, that's not a good sign.
What? What looks like a situation that seems to be beyond a solution is not showing why things are happening because you don't see a change normally. That's not a good sign. What does that fucking mean? John. Bill. Marty. Bill. Can you please edit? Edit? Maybe just read through the script before you feed it to the AI. Just to be like, does everything make sense here?
If something does happen, and it's greater than what you expected, then the person or persons you thought weren't doing the things you thought they should be doing, and you are shocked and blown away with what you finally see, shows that they were smarter than you are.
That's weird. That's weird. We're smarter than you are. Because we said Ash was doing a bunch of things behind the scenes. Literally, all Ash has been doing behind the scenes is shutting everything down. And it's funny because it's like he admits that he has no offices to run. He has no employees to meet with. So who has he been in meetings with all these times? They keep saying he's in this really important meeting, Only with lawyers and the SEC, that would be it. That's all he's had to deal with. And by the way, they're not having meetings with him constantly every fucking day and shit like he claims. The rest of the time, Ash is off spending time with his family and spending people's money. The money that he money laundered. Especially through some crypto. That's what Ash is doing. But it's just weird that then you would be the smart ones. And is the point of being in on passive to prove that you're just smarter than everyone? Because nobody wants to hang out with a pretentious asshole. So, I don't really understand.
Something that you thought was chaotic was organized genius. Things in this sector of business are very competitive and
So, what they're trying to say is, yeah, it looks like Ash Mufara. Listen, Carl Arm, thank you. They're trying to say, it looks like Ash Mufara, messed up a bunch and had no clue what he was doing, and everything got fucked up over the last 7 years, and we had to shut everything down. But what you didn't know is that he actually meant for all of that to happen. Yeah, it's all actually been a plan the whole time to weed out the bad people so that we could then go ahead and be successful with only good people. And it's like, really? You're gonna fucking fall for that? Again?
complicated. But when you have those who know what they are doing, they have the edge on the competition. Mr. Ash Mufara and his technology team fit those kinds of people who are
I'm sorry. Mr. Ash Mufara and who? Who? The technology team? What technology team? John, Bill, what technology team? How many times does he have to say? Now you're not even listening to him. They all sit here going, if Ash didn't say it, it's not true. Only listen to Ash. Only listen to Ash. And then Ash comes out here and says, listen, there is no team. We have no technicians, no employees, no offices, no products being worked on. It's just me trying to dismiss the SEC case, which I've already failed to do once before, but don't worry, this time I swear it will work, guys. In 60 days, we'll go ahead. And they're still like, so Ash and the tech team, there isn't a tech team. I understand you don't want to accept the fact that nobody's been working on anything since this shit shut down, June 2024. Because you've all been sitting here for months going, oh, guys, they're all working so hard behind the scenes. And I understand it's embarrassing for you to now have to admit that we were right all along when we told you that your offices were getting shut down, when we showed you them letting your employees go. We literally showed you the meeting where Mohammed Kamal was like, you guys are all being let go. We showed you after Ash claimed that he got the data that he didn't have the data and got mad at those employees. You're like, oh no, but they're all still there, working real hard, that tech team. What is it going to take, though, for you to finally be like, yeah, there's no tech team. There hasn't been one since 2024. Everyone was let go by September of 2024. They were told the end of August, last day working. Everywhere. And then they wanted their money. They were told, no, sorry, you can't have your money. Fuck you. We decided that we don't like your work, actually. And there were people that literally got visas to go work there. You don't care, though. Because you're over here like, Ash Mufara and his tech team are the type of people we want. And I'm like, they don't exist.
Guiding the company that we are a part of to an extraordinary appearance. This is pure genius the way Mr. Mafari and his team are doing. It is systematic and strategic. We might think that we have been left in the dark, but we are really in the light.
No, you're left in the dark. You're left in the dark. We're more privy over here to what's going on with OnPassive than any of you are. And the funny thing is, you're all fine with that. You're like, I don't need to look into things for myself. I don't need to fact check anything. I just need to believe.
Think about this industry that our company is in. Have you ever seen any of the mega giants give away their plans about the technology that got them to where they are? The answer is a resounding no. The world was shocked and impressed by what it saw.
When? You even admit yourselves that not every O-founder bought O-Connect, so they weren't even all impressed with it.
And Mr. Ash Mufara now is doing the same thing, except he keeps in contact with his people, but he will not give away his ideas and designs so that other companies can duplicate those things for themselves.
Okay, so your whole thing is you're going to keep the product secret so that nobody steals them. We're just going to do a trust me, bro. Trust me, guys. There's a lot of products that we're selling, but we don't want to tell you what they are. We're scared that somebody might steal them. Like, what do you mean? This Bill Musk geezer is absolutely demented. Who is he? He's mad. A lot of us seem to think that he's Marty DeGarmo because he makes all the same spelling errors. If you don't know how to spell and you have certain errors that you're making, always, maybe don't try to run fake accounts. That's not just the message for Marty. That's also for my haters. Just don't do it, okay? I will recognize the pattern in your writing. And so will other people. Just don't do it. But I feel like, and there's also a lot, like, it seems like when Marty gets mad about something, and shortly thereafter there's a video out from Bill Musk that's reiterating that. It's a lot. So if it isn't Marty, it's somebody that's like right up his ass. That's for sure. Alp says Scam Connect was online 300 days, September 1st, 2023, to June 27th, 2024. That's right. And it has been offline 301 days, June 28th until today. Yeah. Can't make that up. No. No. Exactly.
Mr. Mufara did that once in the past, but
Wait.
never will he do that again just to prove to those who doubt him and his team that have this company in great shape.
You're actually like, the reason why you didn't launch is because some other company stole your idea and then launched with it first. And that's just not even what ever happened.
This reminds me of the butterfly.
Like, that never happened at all. I feel like I'm living in the butterfly effect. Does that count?
When the butterfly comes into existence, it is in the lava stage. You can't
Why does this AI yell at us? I don't like it. Stop giving the AI capital letters. He screams them.
tell the difference between the butterfly or the moth. The moth is good, but when the butterfly emerges from the lava stage, it blossoms into a beautiful and magnificent butterfly.
But the butterfly immersed from the lava stage, it blossoms into a beautiful and magnificent butterfly. What is the lava stage for en passant? And why? Why would you think that that's a positive thing if this is the lava stage right now? When there's no employees, no offices, no business. Like, that's not good. This butterfly is not going to be complete.
Butterfly. Which one is more beautiful, the moth or the butterfly? The company that we are waiting for is just like that butterfly. We are in for a mind-blowing event. Thank you, Mr. Ash Mufara and your family and technology team.
Oh Lord. So there was that. Yep, there was that one. That was a good one. The next thing that they wanted to ask you, OFounders, and I guess the general public that comes across these videos, because they're marketing videos allegedly, is, are you a friend or are you a frenemy? Yeah, this brought me back to the early 2000s.
People who are thought to be friends of the company that Mr. Ash Mufara and his technology team are building.
Mr. Ash Mufara and who, Bill? Who?
Are spreading untruths about this company. Why would you do that? We have been looking for a company that would...
Why would you do that? How come you people can't just tell the truth about your damn company? Why do you have to lie and say that you got all these amazing technology products and that you've used AI when that's not true? And that there's a tech team when they don't exist.
...is designed by a man who is all in to making sure that we have something that can completely change our lives and put us in position to help our loved ones and family and to help uplift the downtrodden. As you take a look at the internet and those companies that are offering you a program to make you money, aren't those companies familiar to you?
Yeah. Yeah, they're all just like your company. A big giant scam.
Yes, they are, because you were in those companies and drowning in misery and debt and depression until you stumble upon the company that is...
Well, apparently everyone who on past them is also drowning in misery and debt and depression. I mean, have you heard Chris rattle off all the prayers that you're supposed to be doing every day for people? Have you not heard Marty and Chris come on and be like, we get emails from thousands of people every day just telling us that they're having the worst life ever. And like, we keep telling them, like, just keep waiting, guys. Don't worry. Ash is about to fix everything. But like, they just keep writing us and we don't know how to help them. And I'm like, I know, it's a mystery. Whatever could you do? So I just think it's funny when they're like, yeah, when you were in the other companies, you were doing really badly. Now that you're in this company, you're doing just as badly, except now you also have a cult that you get to be a part of. So doesn't that make it better?
Is being prepared by someone who is designing his company for the benefit of all who are presently in this company. Every so-called money-making opportunity is making money, but only for those who understand how to do that, which is only 2%, plus the
Only 2%, you say. All right. I guess that's an all right statistic.
owners of those money-making ventures. Wake up, my friends, and stop sabotaging your opportunity to help yourselves and your families. Stop
Hey, Gogo, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Mark, for the $9.99 super sticker.
the spreading of the poisonous comments and posts that some of you are doing.
The spreading of the poisonous comments and posts. Honestly, there's still not even all that many people speaking out. Like there's only like 3 or 4 OFounders on Facebook who have gone from being an OFounder promoting on passive to now speaking out about it. I'm going to show you. And it's just like, it's not like they've lost thousands of people today and they're all like speaking out. Gradually, they've been losing a lot of the Indian OFounders, and I'm sure a lot of people left that were in Bangladesh after Ash spoke so awful about them. But I still don't understand. Like, they're like, we're going to be the biggest tech company. We're going to piss off everyone in the industry when we come out with our amazing, innovative products. It will shake up the entire industry. Oh my God, this person with 1 follower just said that we were a scam. And it's like, okay, do you want to shake up the industry? Do you want to piss off Elon Musk? According to you, you do. According to you, you want to show up and be like, hey, motherfucker, I'm your competition. I'm here to take you out. So, like, if you're so brave and courageous that you want to come shake up the whole industry and piss off every single person in the industry, why can you not deal with a few people speaking out against your fucking scam? Get that together. None of you are ready to go viral or anything yet. You might want to be careful because apparently there's a group of people on the internet that will harass you to make sure that you are ready for it. So maybe just be careful with that.
Any other owner of a business would have abandoned a business that has caused millions of dollars of his own money and headed out and said, hope you the best, but I had to leave you.
We just have our expectations in the gutter. In the gutter. They're like, guys, at least Ash didn't leave us stranded after he committed fraud and did a bunch of illegal activity with our names all attached to it. You know, but he could have left us too. So at least he didn't.
Not Mr. Ash-splaining. He is all in for all of us. He is fighting for our needs. Respect him and stop the nonsense.
Why are there like 3 voices going on now?
He doesn't need frenemies, persons with whom one is friendly. Despite having a fundamental dislike or rivalry with a person, Mr. Mufare wants friends.
Mr. Mufare just wants friends, guys. He's just a lonely boy. Guys, he only started a big commercial cult of personality and wanted everyone to praise him and worship him like a god because he wanted friends. He just didn't have friends, but he really, really wants them. You know? Like, can't you just do the guy a solid and be his friend? I mean...
My name is Ash Mufare, and I'm your friend.
See, he's your friend. He's your friend. It's just, this has always just been about friendship. Hello, Bob Joe. All about friendship.
Imagine how that makes Mr. Mufare and his family and technology team feel. Put
What technology, Bill? What technology? Team is here. Show me them.
yourselves in their shoes. How would you feel?
Put yourself in their shoes. How would you feel? I mean, fair. I guess if I was running a cult, I would be pretty pissed off too that people were speaking out about it. I mean, all of the cults really do get pissed off at that. A lot of them do fair gaming, especially if it's an ex-member that leaves. There are, like, people don't realize, but like Scientology, if you have 200 subscribers and you speak out about them, they will literally have the Office of Special Affairs come and harass you. Like, it's not really something to take lightly. So, I mean, yeah, cults do get mad when people speak out about them, especially if they were once a member. But, I mean, do you know what can really stop that from happening? If you don't run a fucking cult. Then at least if people are talking shit on you, you know, you can get a little upset about it. We're running a cult and then be like, I don't get why all these people keep speaking out about my cult. It's like really weird. Like, I'm just controlling a bunch of people and taking them away from their friends and their families and isolating them. And like not letting them sleep or eat because they have to be on webinars 24/7. And then I shame them if they don't show up. What is wrong with that? I mean, I just want all of them to go bankrupt while my bank account grows. Duh.
Amazing and disappointing.
Well, slow down there, Bill Bust. So this is another one, and this is going to be the last longer one that we're going to look at today of Bill Bust. Don't worry. But it says, are you on both teams? I swear to God, Bill, if you bring up the fucking tech team. Swear to God. Why? Why? But what are the teams? Are we a team? I like to consider us a community more of a team, you know? Like, we're an anti-cult community. We speak out about cults and the manipulation tactics they use, and a lot about coercive control and all that other fun stuff. You know, bad influencers, etc. That's what we do here. Media literacy, if you will. You know, but maybe we're a team. I mean, I've been accused of running gangs and cults and teams in the past, so why would it be any different now? So is it their team against our team, or what we talking about here, John Bill? Hey, Thomas. Good to see you.
It is amazing and disappointing to see all of the negative posts that are criticizing Mr. Ash Muffar and his technology team.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, Bill.
These posts are mainly from founders and affiliates of the company that Mr. Muffar and his technology team
Bill!
are building for all founders and affiliates in his company. There isn't anyone who knows how to operate in this online space better than Mr. Ash Muffar.
You're telling me that Ash Muffar is more successful than Eric Worre, Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins, Keith Raniere? You know, like, just to name a few people that he probably looks up to. That's a bold statement to make out here on the internet, where there's lots of network marketers, right? There's too many of them. Mr. Level says, these are mind control messages, spells. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is cult propaganda, 100%. These videos are supposed to do the same thing that what the Mormons, you know, the Mormons make videos for kids, and Jehovah's Witnesses makes videos to indoctrinate children. That's basically what Odd Passive and Bill Bust and John White are trying to do with these, right? And I feel like that's also why a lot of them are like cartoony. Just saying. If we're a team, do we get uniforms? Hashtag asking for a friend. I hope so. Of course, I think we should.
Ash Mufare has a proven track record of being the expert that other companies have called upon him to help them in the business of creating marketing systems that made him the giant that he is today.
With OnPassive? Or are you referring to like GDI Fusion? You think GDI asked him to make GDI Fusion? They were like, yeah, you should go create another MLM using our brand and then poach all of our people from here into yours. That would be a great idea. Do that, please, Ash Mufara. You think that's what happened? Or are you still going with the other companies? Are you like using Ash as some kind of AI consultant? Because again, that never happened.
Have you noticed that business owners haven't engaged in the smear campaign to discredit Mr. Mufari?
Because nobody knows who the fuck he is. Like, what do you mean? Nobody knows who he is. Nobody in the AI tech industry that is actually anyone has ever even heard of Ash Mufara or OnPassive. And you know how I know that? Because look at how the views of my videos on it. That's how many people care. The people that are watching Chris and Marty's videos are the people in OnPassive. Right? The people that watch my videos are the general public that like just come across and hear about it. I'll be lucky if this gets 300 views. So you think that me putting your brand name in my thumbnail, if you were oh so popular that everyone knew who you were, I'd get more views with that, wouldn't I? I mean, even if I get 10,000 views on an Ash webinar, do you think that means that he's famous? Oh my God, they have like real stream news syndrome where they're like, this person is absolutely famous. They're famous and everyone knows who they are and all about them. And it's like, nobody knows. Nobody knows who this person is or anything about them. If you don't tell someone, they're not going to know. Like, nobody.
They can't because they know that he is legitimate and ethical.
Okay, your argument is because no one's heard of Ash, and therefore, since they haven't heard of him, they haven't talked shit on him. Your argument is that means that they respect him too much to talk shit on him. So according to you, like, Elon Musk is out here like, I am not going to talk shit on Ash Mufara on X at all, though, because I just really, really respect that man. Him and Trump have gone back and forth. But you think he respects Ash Mufara too much? Like, all of these industry leaders out here are just all respectful of him, I guess. Mark B said, I did actually ask about 20 people in IT if they'd heard of OnPassive. Guess what? 0. Yeah, like nobody has. Nobody has. I have friends that work in that industry. In fact, I have even reached out to past friends of mine that work in similar industries just to be like, you heard of this, by the way? And you're like kind of in that industry, just wondering, have you ever heard of this? And they're like, no, what is it? And I'm like, oh, Lord, wait until I tell you. Like, you're gonna love this. I get 4,000 views of a little dog humping a bigger dog. That's right. Remember, views don't mean anything.
The know-it-alls who don't know anything about what has made Mr. Mufare successful.
Listen, we have done an entire history of Mr. Mufare. And I'm still waiting to find out about his success.
Are creating all the negative things that you see in those posts.
That's right. I created the SEC litigation And I created the UAE bank, freezing all your assets in Dubai. It's my fault they did money laundering. It's my fault all the offices shut down and Ash couldn't pay his bills. It's all me. Don't blame them, guys.
And it's coming from founders who say they believe in his company, but they wish that Mr. Mufare would speed it up.
Are they not allowed to say that after 7 years? 7 years of being told, coming soon, any day now, will probably be next week. And they're not allowed to be like, so, is this happening soon? Or imagine being so triggered by people just asking you when your company is launching after you have spent 7 years pumping it up to them that it's going to launch and it's going to be the greatest thing ever. Imagine. Violet says other scammers haven't even heard of him. Very true. Very, very true. I can tell you right now that Megan Lynch has no clue who he is. You know? Like, he hasn't even made a name for himself amongst the scam crowd.
That doesn't make any sense. When Mr. Mufare unselfishly gives all he has, his family and technology team, to benefit all of us.
What technology team? This video is only a couple days old. Why is it saying there's a tech team? How come nobody is telling John White and Bill Musk to shut the fuck up about a non-existent tech team after Ash literally came out here and said that there wasn't one? And then got upset because Bob asked about one. Bob was like, so you're treating the new tech team. And he was like, what tech team? But then John White and Bill Musk could be out here making video after video after video over the last 2 weeks, going, Ash and his tech team, Ash and his tech team. We don't bring up Ash without the tech team. And that's fine. Is Chris and Marty going to be yelling about Bill Musk and John White spreading misinformation on tomorrow's webinar at 2 p.m.? Because they couldn't do a webinar. They're hoping that Marty comes home today so that they can start the business back up again. That makes sense. Oh yeah, no, he's a real powerful guy, that Mr. Ash-splaining. Can't run a webinar without Marty DeGarmo to address his OFounders. Watch out!
When you post something negative, you are fighting against yourselves.
Who's posting anything negative? Who?
That is like being on the opposing team at the same time you're on the team that is being attacked by that opposing team.
To be fair, I think that if you see an OFounders now speaking out about On Passive, they fucking left. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this, but that means they're not on your team anymore at all. They've come and joined the naysayers now.
You can't be on both teams. Ash Mufare has a forgiving spirit and he is willing to let bygones be bygones and not kick these doing these posts out of his company. What other CEO would do that?
I don't know. What other CEO would do that? That's so weird. So he's not going to kick them out then?
We will terminate you without a notice. You're gone. No joke. We will terminate you without a notice.
News to me. I thought that he was going to terminate everyone that said anything negative without notice. What happened to that? Seems like Mr. Ash Mufare is getting a little soft now, huh? There are no staff, no offices, no products. Ash said so himself. But some founders don't want to believe this. And it's like, the wishful thinking needs to stop. It's going to put you into bankruptcy. Hello, Nancy. Good to see you. Misery loves company. Ash has turned these poor minds into mush. I cannot believe my brother broke down in tears the other day about someone he never met in person, yet praises Ash. Why? I know, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. And I am going to say, I am trying to post up all of the cult theories on my community tab. And I hope that that's answering some questions for people that are like, why are they doing this? Because I do try to be like, these are the reasons why people end up staying. There's a lot of reasons. It's a lot of things. And it's a real hard with this one particularly because they don't have anything. I think people are used to when they see a cult, they can usually at least understand a little bit of why people are there. And I feel like with On Passive, everyone's like, I don't get it. And I'm like, fair. It's the shittiest one, for sure. You know? And like, I've had a few close friends of mine that I maybe haven't met in person that have been online friends. So I think that can happen. Parasocial relationships are a little bit weird. But what should not be happening, and this is where he does fuck up, is you shouldn't be replacing your in real life relationships with people with the parasocial relationships. That should not be happening. And Chris should not be so lost without Marty right now that he cannot function. That is a codependent relationship, which happens in cults quite often. And that's worrisome. That's worrisome. And that does mean that Chris is basically at the point where he's all into this thing. You know? And unfortunately, it's just going to keep taking pieces of him now. Till he's nothing left but an on-passive robot who does prayer circles and praises Ash and then acts like a good boy on the webinars when Marty does put them on with him. And it's sad. Don't panic, something is coming. Yeah, they keep saying that. Everyone's just in a constant FOMO, right? Constant FOMO.
Don't panic.
Don't panic. Marty's in the hospital.
No one, only Mr. Ash Mufare. Think about this. When Mr. Mufare opens the doors to the company, he is designing.
Okay, listen. If you're ever in something and they're like, this person literally has done no wrong, never does any wrong, and they are such an amazing being that we should all praise them, you're in a cult. All right, you're not in a company, you're not in a business. That's just a cult now. All right, nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. But we put this man on a pedestal. Of all the men, too. Of all the men in the world that we had to choose from. We picked this one. We put him up on a pedestal. Then we act like he's fucking perfect. But he does no wrong. He's just a martyr. Just here giving himself and his family and sacrificing for the greater good. But then nobody can tell us what the greater good is or what it looks like or what any of that even means. What steps are we taking to save humanity? I still don't know.
And success is happening like it's never happened for 98% of people who have never been successful online. How is that going to make those who fought against their own success feel? If you have a conscience, it is very sad that you engaged in all those negative posts.
If you had a conscience, you could maybe take a minute to realize why, if someone had a dream, all right, 7 years ago, let's say they decide to sign up to this. All right, their kid's in grade 8. They're signing up to this to pay for college. You told people that you would be able to give them generational wealth and to sign up if, their kids were about to attend college so that they could pay for colleges and all this. That was a big promo for you guys at the start of this thing. So let's say someone does that, all right, in 2018. Say they join a little later. They join in like December of 2018, right? They have that dream. 7 years goes by. At this point, their kid graduated here in Canada. You go to high school for 4 years. So now their kid is also stuck, waiting around for 2 years without these funds that you promised them. which isn't part of their responsibility. Like I've said, yeah, it is. But it's like, you don't understand how you've added to this, how you've also created this problem for them. So now their kids also waiting for 2 years, waiting for these funds to come in to pay for their college, right? You don't understand time-sensitive dreams and how people can't just wait 7 years for things. There are people that were ill who you said, we will give you money for your medical bills. And they have died waiting for you to do that. That has happened here. Those are true stories. More than one. So if you want to fucking talk to me about compassion, John White and Bill Must, why don't you have some compassion for those people? Take a minute. And just, think about those people. How do the families of those people feel? What about the people that told their loved one, I really wish that you wouldn't depend on this company to pay you for your medical bills. You need treatment now. You're going to die. And their loved one said, no, I just believe in Ash-Mufara, Lord of the Internet. He's going to launch O-Connect any day now, and it will save me. It'll pay all my medical bills. And then they had to sit there, and they had to watch their loved one die in front of their eyes, waiting for that money to come in. And they kept writing you, going, hey, when is this launching? Like, my loved one's waiting. You told them you were going to give them the money for these medical bills. They can't do treatment without it. You also said that you were going to get them a med bed. What the fuck, dude? Where's their med bed? And then you went, don't bother us about when this will happen. How dare you ask Ash to hurry up, you selfish fool? And it's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You absolute psychopath. Because I don't know what else you would be to know that that's happened and not give a fuck and just continue on like this in this thing. I really don't. Like, Ash is a psychopath. Don't talk to me about compassion when you can't show any yourselves. You are not the one. You are not the one to be giving these pep talks or these life lesson videos to people. Stop it.
You all will get what all who have been loyal get.
Yeah, what all have, and then the definition of what loyalty is changes constantly. Goalpost keeps moving. Like, we don't even know what that means. What is loyalty right now? Like, how do you even prove your loyalty? We don't know. There's no way to measure it. So how the fuck does that make sense? That sets it up so that you can just basically be like, fuck all of you. You weren't loyal enough. I don't like it.
A transcendent company that changed the lives of millions, perhaps billions of internet users and their families. Thank you, Mr. Ash-Mufara, and
it had 1.4 million people signed up at like their highest, allegedly. But yeah, you've changed billions of lives.
your family and technology team for never giving up on all of us.
I swear to God, what is it going to take? What is it going to take? This damn technology team, I tell you. They bring it up one more time. Sorry, I went on a little bit of a rant with that one. That one triggered me a little bit. Keep them on ice. They will not go anywhere, right? Hello, Serene. Good to see you. Jelly says, I am concerned for the founders' health. This can't be good for their well-being. It's not. It's not. And we're going to see the effects of that. I can't believe in Ash-Mufara. It doesn't fit with the timing scheme of Joe Hendry's theme song. Believe in Joe Hendry. You are not the one. You are not the one. But yeah, Bill Musk keeps talking about 2%ers, 2%ers, 2%ers. And that led me to this really funny song. Now, it went with a video where he went a little bit more into depth. And I don't know, I might make a video about it. But I had to show you this part of his song, which is talking about the 2%ers, because this shit was hilarious to me. you're watching a regular Bill Must video like the one we were just watching. You know, you're like, oh yeah, this is pretty typical Bill Must talking his usual bullshit. And then all of a sudden, this comes on.
Getting closer to the time when we will know that we have entered into.
Now I know, you're like, whoa. Yep, this comes on.
We are getting closer to the time when we will know that we have entered into uncharted territory. It is a space that only 2% know where it is located. And presently, we are on the outside looking and searching for where those 2%ers are. We will start our journey to that space that has been a home, only a John home, only a chosen few. But that place is about to have a new exciting founders that will go from the crowded place when 98%ers have been all their lives to join the 2%ers. Then those 2%ers we explode to become night.
Like, what is this? It sounds like they were like, hey, we really want to do like a video. And then by accident, they fed the script into the music playing app instead of the video making app. So we ended up with this weird song, which sounds like it's just some woman like just very quickly telling us things about our massive that we need to know. And then the 2%ers to a 2.
The 8%ers who make money online and the uplifting of humanity will.
Yes, the 2%ers, because we just watched a Bill Must video, Serene. I don't think you were here for it. Where they keep talking about how 98% of people fail in MLMs. 2% of people are successful. So now they're looking for the 2%ers to turn them into the 98% so that then 98% will be successful. Because that's how math works, apparently.
Finally have started. But first of all, we will get ourselves ready to help the first of humanity to be uplifted. The founders, it is going time for it to happen. But we have the right vehicle and driver to get us there. The company that Mr. Ash moved far and his wife and family.
There's no verses. There's no bridge. We don't have a chorus. It just like goes and goes and goes.
Started in the summer of 2018. We have to be patient and we will be rewarded.
Like, I like that though. In the summer of 2018. That was kind of catchy. Yes, you noticed that. You will notice the typo. It doesn't say 2%ers. It says they're looking for 2 pre-centers. And I was like, what the hell kind of song was that? Holy! It was just so fast. And I was doing some stuff around the house. And I was recording these Bill Must videos for you guys. You know, I had queued them up so that I could kind of record them in a row while I was doing some housework and whatnot. And like, I'm like, you know, futzing around. And then all of a sudden that came on. And I kind of jumped for a minute. I was like, whoa, the hell is this song? This is craziness. What is this? It's crazy. It's mad. You know what else is catchy? STDs, Thomas says, and just as dangerous as on Paso. Spell check is your friend, right? We really do need to tell Marty that. And Nancy Johnson said they are making themselves sick. Until they can break away from Ash, it's all downhill from here. And unfortunately, that might be right. But I don't want to be bummed out. So it's time for a little dance break. And unfortunately, I think that we are going to have to, next week, have a little moment of silence for our dancing diaper babies. Because, you know, they haven't been around. And I think that they caught on that we liked the dancing diaper babies. So they were like, we'll stop using the creepy dancer diaper babies so that they don't keep streaming our songs. And I'm just here to say, that won't stop me!
Oh, yeah.
We walked through fire, stood tall in a storm, faced every trial,
But we're still one. With hearts unbroken, we held on tight
to dreams that burn like stars at night. You gave us strength when shadows fell. Your voice was louder than any hell.
Together we rise, together we stand. Hand in hand, we'll change this land. Oh, we're building something beautiful. A world where love is unstoppable. Come on, conquer, light will shine. The future's bright will shine. It's ours to find. Thank you for believing. Thank you for staying true. This brighter tomorrow begins with me and you.
Through every challenge, we never broke. With every step forward, our spirits woke.
Mr. Ash moved far and his family too,
And all fought to make dreams come true. They showed devotion, they lit the flame. Their names are written in honor and fame.
billions of lives, the stories untold. Our mission lifts them, makes them bold. Oh, we're building something beautiful. A world where love is unstoppable. Good will conquer, light will shine. The future's bright, it's light. It's ours to find. Thank you for believing. Thank you for staying true. This brighter tomorrow begins with me and you.
Feel it rising, can't you see? Hope ignites inside of me. Every voice, every heart. We're one team, we're one spark. No more waiting, no more fear. The time is now, the end is near. Let's take this journey, let's break the chain.
Together we'll weather the joy and pain. Oh, we're building something beautiful. A world where love is unstoppable. Good will conquer, light will shine. The future's bright, it's ours to find. Raise your hands high, feel the fire grow. This is the moment, let's steal the show. For those who waited, for those who care, the dream is alive, it's everywhere.
So here we go, let's do this fight. With courage blazing, we'll win the light. Warm all over, hearts so strong. Together we sing our victory song.
Woo! That was a good one. Thomas says, a good beat, and you can scam to it. I give it an 89. Out of what, we'll never know. Serene wanted to sing with them. Yahoo! The Church of Ash is alive and well. Yeah, right. Could not imagine listening to this shit on a daily basis. I often wonder if they do that. You know, if they're ever like just hanging around their house. Like, I like to put on music to clean, and you know, usually I'll pull up some good old 90s rock or old school rock or a lot of Beatles, you know, things like that. I wonder if they're like, let's put on In It to Win It, and then we'll put on this Bill Must production song, you know? Makes me wonder. And then that brings us to the weirdest ad for On Passive that I've ever seen, which is saying a lot. Because we know that we've seen almost all of them. But this one was weird. And this is another one that was posted up about a year or so ago. But for some reason, I've never seen it until just this week. And I was like, oh, my word. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Unpassive slaps you in the face? I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. I'm still not really sure what to make of it. We have me and success. So I think they're saying like success is forced on them because of unpassive, but it's just a very bizarre ad. It's not what I'm used to seeing. You know? It's not really what I'm used to seeing. I actually think it's two women serving. It's two women. And women can do boxing and stuff too. I'm just saying, all right? I did wrestling in high school. Most people think only men can do that kind of thing. Women can too. Women can box. Women can do all that. Men can do ballet. In fact, we need men in ballet. Who's going to play the male roles in the ballet? You know, we use men for that. So it's a cat fight. I'm just like, what is the message with this? It's just very bizarre. Gave me weird vibes. You know? I was just kind of like, well, this is different. This is different. And you know who else has been a little different lately? Tanya. Tanya has not been as active still, but we have some things from her. So Tanya came and she posted in the Unpassive Nation Facebook group, which again, that's the main one that's run by like Marty and Chris, I think runs it too now. Is he also a part of the Unpassive Nation? Because, you know, it's funny that Unpassive Nation is Marty, Mike Ellis, and Dan Street. But then Marty doesn't ever, like, he doesn't do his shows with Mike Ellis and Dan Street. He does them with Chris Johnson. So that's always confused me. Has Chris Johnson been adopted by Unpassive Nation, or what's going on with that? Anyway, Tanya says,
folks, it seems that some of you have not listened to Ash carefully, talking about the unpassive future for now. And there are still so many posts around using old graphics of unpassive products, offices, and so on. Please try to be wise. It's time to understand correctly what Ash said and stop promoting something that will not come, misleading people.
So as you can see, even Tanya says unpassive is not going to come.
Ash was clear. There will be no unpassive 2.0. What is coming is totally different. Nothing to do with OP. Only my name. Read this multiple times if you need it, until you understand it correctly, and act accordingly.
She's been posting this up over and over again.
Warning, from now on, we will decline any post with all graphics of OP products and logos.
But I don't know if they have been.
It's time to move forward.
I wish that moving forward meant that they left on Passive Cult, you know? And then it was posted up with, it's time to move forward. And I'm like, is Tanya broken? Because she's posted up pretty much the same post a few times now. Might have a different image with it, but she might be broken. Just a little bit. Before the last webinar, she also came on to post.
Folks, This is the new domain for our webinar to replace the top.line. It will become active when they start the webinar.
What? What do you mean the link is active the second that you post the link up? And turn it into a link, it's active. Like, they're supposed to be waiting at the webinar on the person's channel when the webinar starts. They're not supposed to be scrambling after the webinar starts and then go and click on the link. The fuck are you talking about, Tanya? But then, of course, she posts it up with the historic comeback webinar, which was the latest one that he did. And that's really all we have for good old Tanya. She's been pretty quiet, that Tanya, so keep an eye on her. You know, I think we miss Tanya a little bit. I never thought I would say that, but I kind of miss her being all crazy. Not that, you know, other people aren't just being all crazy now. Let's do a little segment again called What is Going On? What is going on in the world of On Passive? What are they saying? Especially about what Ash has been saying. I think it's important that we kind of talk about that. So, I have a post here from Vinod Rathod. Posted in one of the main On Passive groups. There's like 30 different groups called On Passive. Just On Passive. Dear Founders, please read the following messages carefully, as we will discuss some important issues related to Mr. Ash's webinar and On Passive. He was sure to put it in capital letters. Mr. Ash is working to shape the future of humanity, is dedicated to keeping promises and improving humanity, which apparently is different than working to shape their future. He does not want to cheat or wrong anyone and wants everyone to be financially independent. YouTube contains both true and false information, so be careful. You have to judge who to follow or avoid unreasonable rumors. Which I don't know what that is. What's unreasonable rumors? Like, what rumors are then reasonable? Regarding On Passive has not closed. Okay? But it may take some time, 2 to 6 months or more. Mr. Ash is coming up with a new system which will provide financial benefits, but the details have not been disclosed yet. Again, I don't know why you would join a company and base your entire future on it and put your whole life in the hands of someone that won't even tell you what's going on, but here we are. If asked to join or invest in any new project, it should be verified only from Mr. Ash's official announcement. So now you're not allowed to invest or be a part of anything unless Ash tells you to. The only thing you're allowed to be a part of is On Passive. You can't even start a new project on the side, apparently, unless it's verified by Mr. Ash. Some commissions are stuck, which are in legal process to be returned. I don't know why you think that the UAE bank and the Dubai police freezing the assets and then having an entire criminal investigation going on in which Mohammed Kamal fled to Egypt. I don't know what part of that makes you go, these funds are going to be returned to us. Right now, those funds are evidence in an ongoing criminal case. There are no steps right now for them to be returned to you. They haven't even arrested Mohammed Kamal yet. So it's like when Ash is like, oh, I'm working with the authorities, and don't worry, the money's coming back soon. Like, what are you talking about? Why would that be a thing? You think that the money that was in a money laundering fraud case is going to get returned to you? I don't think it gets more delusional than that. I'm just saying. And Jelly Snack says, I'm in vibe. Muhammad scam them all. That's right. Also, 2 to 6 months or more. Lord. The SEC had 60 days to accept his settlement, which they still might not do. They could be like, no, fuck you and your settlement. We're going to court. So I don't know why they're like, done deal. But here we are, of course. Here we are. This is being resolved in coordination with the Dubai government. I would like to see proof of that, please. And I don't know why you're all willing to just accept information without proof. It's the only group on the internet that doesn't want receipts of anything. And they'll just believe what someone tells them. You know? It's crazy. We don't need to know the specifics. As Marty says, I like being surprised. We don't need to know anything that's going on. All of a sudden, money's just going to be in our bank account and humanity will be saved. We don't even need to know the steps or what we're supposed to be doing to help it along. All right? Misinformation is being spread about on Passive or Mr. Ash's project. Welcome, he's allowed to have all these projects. For example, you have to pay again. I know, it's so weird that Ash would come out here and announce that he's been broke since June of 2022 and then admit that he hasn't paid his AWS bill and owes them $3.4 million. And then also tell you guys that the rest of the money was taken by the Dubai police. It would be really weird to think that if a new venture started up tomorrow, that you would have to buy in again. Where do you think Ash is getting money from? Does he have a money tree in his backyard? And he can just like pay to make these products? Do you not understand what goes into making AI and these tech products that he's apparently doing that are so innovative and better than anything else on the market? Like, where is the money coming from for him to do that? If he's broke and there's no money coming in, he's going to ask you for the money. He just wants to make sure that you're all loyal enough, you know, that you won't question it when he does have his hand out. He's getting you ready for that right now. Or new investment is required. Is that not the same thing? And it will be required. Ash can't just transfer everyone in OnPassive and everything from OnPassive into a new venture, because then that new venture is going to be seen as a rebrand of OnPassive. Pretty much anything that Ash starts up now is going to be attached to OnPassive. He seems to think he can like get away with this, but he can't. But again, in order for you guys to have products in the future, the man who's broke and owes on all of the bills from OnPassive is probably not going to be able to then pay the bills for the new venture. It makes logical sense that people would then be like, oh, well, he's going to ask them all for another buy-in. It's weird how these people think money just falls from the sky and into Ash's lap. It's like when they were like, oh, Ash is paying $10,000 a month for each person to use OConnect. What the fuck are you talking? Where is this man getting all these millions of dollars from? And if that's the case, why doesn't he just save humanity for fucking free then? If he's such a great guy, he shouldn't need a bunch of tech products to do it. And he just has money endlessly falling from the sky into his lap. I mean, he claims he's better than all the other big CEOs out there, right? And he's just a kind, giving person that wants to save the world. So what does he even need the company portion of this for then? If he has endless amounts of money and endless ability to just snap his fingers and have people work for him for free. Fucking weird. There is no basis for such words until Sir directly informs. Please don't do any thinking. Go in cognitive overload. Do not think, just do what Mr. Ash says. You're turning into a robot quite nicely. Avoid those who spread such rumors. It's not a rumor. It just makes logical sense. You know? The next chapter, chapter 2 of On Passive, is coming. Funny, because once again, Ash literally says the next phase is not going to be On Passive 2.0. It is not On Passive chapter 2. Yet here you are saying the next chapter, chapter 2 of On Passive is coming. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, it's ridiculous. Hello? What do you mean? Until Ash says so. When Ash does say so, you don't listen anyway. You go, la, 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 I can't hear you. We still have a tech team. On Passive is still coming. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Which is not a passive income system, but a proper way of earning. You have no clue what it is. You literally admitted that. And then you turn around and tell us what it is. All right? Either the details have not been disclosed yet, all right, and you do not know what's going on, or you do know that On Passive is about to start and that it's going to be a proper way of earning. Once again, you want two contradictory beliefs to exist at the same time. Why? You got to pick one. Pick a lane. All right? You're weaving all over the highway here. What we don't know is better than what we do know, which is nothing, right? We can get on the ground floor of the new company, right? Yay! Listen to Ash, stay broke. Listen to Ash, stay broke. Yep. Make silent physical products for incels. I mean, that would probably sell better than the tech products they're trying to make. You have to wait to know the details of the new project and get information directly from Ash. But you just told me that it's a proper way of earning. So do you have information that the rest of us aren't privy to? No? What? What? Also, ugh. Imagine being a grown adult man and being like, I can't do anything in life until this Ash Mufara guy tells me. Like, scammers warning. So again, he's warning all of you scammers. Beware of projects that close within a few days, such as HHM, TIS, NFT. The goal of Mr. Ash's project is long-term and transparent. It's transparent, he says, after saying that we do not know the details and they have not been disclosed yet. Once again, details not disclosed? We're transparent. Ash will not tell us anything. We're transparent. That makes no sense. It can't be both. It can't be both. Trust Mr. Ash. Avoid rumors or unwanted YouTube videos. Wait for new updates and get information only from official sources. Define official source. Because I would feel like the SEC is more of an official source than On Passive is. But you seem to think that official sources means just On Passive. Verify thoroughly before making financial decisions, but you don't want them to research it. You don't want them to look into On Passive and what's going on. You want them to verify thoroughly, but then just jump in and be all in with On Passive even though they have no clue what's going on. Are you okay? Are you like stroking out while you're writing this? What is happening? Be patient. Wait for correct information and do not make any decisions in confusion. Which means that from now on, you are making no decisions in your life because On Passive, if they're good at anything, it's keeping everyone just in a constant state of confusion. They're the best at that. So you will not be making any decisions going forward ever again. Ash is so transparent that we can all see through him. Over here we can. Then we have this wonderful post posted in OES for everyone, O Media, because, you know, I guess, again, we're still promoting O Media. I'm like, they didn't get the memo about Muhammad Kamal, who owns O Media, by the way, not on Passive or Ash. That wasn't his. The best thing they ever had wasn't even Ash's. The only work that was ever actually done in On Passive was the O Media going to all these events. And Ash had nothing to do with it. Funny how that works, eh? This is from our dear friend Nuno. Posted on April 13th, so in between the two webinars of Ash's here. And he says, and we spent a few days after a great webinar appearance by our great leader and CEO, Mr. Ash Mufareh. We all certainly have the right to have our own opinion, and I understand that not everyone has the ability to achieve the honesty and sincerity of the words of our great leader and CEO, Mr. Ash Mufareh. Oh yeah, no, him and his great words. He's just so well spoken. But what saddens me the most is seeing or reading some comments from people who did nothing for the benefit of On Passive or contributed to On Passive, and Mr. Ash achieving the results they were expecting, predicted, and in which these same people who now have simply disgusting and irresponsible words or comments about Mr. Ash Mufareh and On Passive. But if everything had gone as planned, they would have made good profits without having anything for it. You know, I'm a little bit upset that, like, myself and the recovering Hunbot go, this man owes on all his bills. And he doesn't have a data center. He's using Amazon. And you all go, they're all lying. And then a few months later, Ash comes out and goes, well, guys, the website got shut down because I owe AWS $3.4 million. Or like how myself and the recovering Hunbot go, hey, look, all the employees are on strike and they're all being let go. And then you guys all go, oh my God, they're lying. They're not telling the truth. They're being negative. And then, like, you know, several months later, Ash comes out and announces that there are no employees and there are no more offices. Getting a little sick of us announcing that On Passive is about to be scrapped, gone, no more, and that something new would be starting. Having all of you call us liars and go, oh, they're just being negative bimbos. And then what's happening right now, Nuno? I mean, at this point, you could say we're psychic. It's amazing how many things myself and the recovering Hunbot keep predicting is going on with this business or exposing what's actually going on with this business. We get called liars or we get told don't believe those people, but then it ends up actually being true. And it's not like any of you in On Passive have any integrity. It's not like you can be like, oh, you know what? Maybe they did know because they outed it before Ash did. And now Ash is saying what they said. So, you know, some people would see that and they would go, maybe I should start listening to these two people that keep exposing things and getting called a liar. And then Ash just comes out and confirms it all is true months later. To me, it would seem more dumb for you to keep calling us liars and claiming that people are just being negative. And blah, 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 blah. But, you know, I guess we're all going through some things right now that we're all a little sick of, Nuno. But as in everything in life, the same people who became members and believed when Mr. Ash Mufareh presented his vision and what On Passive would be are the same people who criticize and simply try to destroy On Passive and the Mr. Ash. Because unfortunately, there were some setbacks along the way. Again, you've been in this for 7 years waiting for something to happen. The man comes out and announces that On Passive is now no more. And then the people that are upset about that get told that they're being negative and that they have no right because they never contributed. That's right, because all those hours that you're spending on webinars right now, if you piss them off next year, they're going to tell you that none of those hours mattered. Nothing that you're doing right now or for the last 7 years has mattered at all. You get lumped in like this. This is how they talk about you. So why would your contributions matter today? Do you really want to spend more time contributing to this thing? Going to all these webinars, making memes and posts all over the internet, coming into my comment section and yelling at me and calling me a liar? I mean, that's a lot of wasted time, isn't it? Because at this point, it's like, what do you mean some setbacks along the way? He shit the bucket, you know? He fucked it all up. It's over. And if you are going to do anything together, it's going to have to be a new scam. And he hopes to God that they don't connect it to On Passive, but they probably will. A little bit more than just a few setbacks. The minimization of this is crazy. Crazy. Like Mark says, why should people contribute to On Passive after they've invested money? What does that even mean? Exactly. Contributed what? Being positive on a webinar? I'm sorry that I don't show up on webinars to go, I love you, Mr. Ash Mufara. You're so amazing. Thank you for the great sacrifice that you and your family do for all of humanity. I guess if I did that every once in a while, then I would be allowed to talk shit. Does it even out? You know? I don't know. But it just goes to show you, you could contribute years of your life to this thing. And then if you get a little uppity about how now they're saying On Passive is no more, none of that mattered. That's all you need to know about it. So why waste even 1 second more here? Why? Life is made of options and choices, and my choice continues to be to trust completely in Mr. Ash and everything he said in the April 10th webinar. The future will show whether I am right or wrong in continuing to believe in our leader, Mr. Ash. We're in the future right now. You guys told me 3 years ago that in a year I would be all upset that I didn't join. 2 more years have gone by since then, and you still don't admit it. How long do we have to wait before you're ready to go, okay, I guess this isn't happening? Because apparently even after Ash announces it's not happening now, On Passive is no more, we just keep going with it. We're like, we will not accept that. Ash, you're running On Passive and a tech team, whether you like it or not right now. But still, a little bit, I don't like how it's put. But I prefer in the future to eventually regret something I did or believed, rather than regretting something I didn't do. Here's the thing. You keep talking about you're saving humanity. Am I not part of humanity? I don't have to be in this thing to be saved. You said that your goal was to make everyone on the earth a millionaire with med beds in their homes so that they never have to go to the hospital ever again. And everyone's going to be working with heart to save all of humanity. Are you going to have like a concentration camp for the people that you don't consider human? And they're not going to be saved in this big global plan here? That's the part you guys keep missing. If you're saving the whole world, that includes me. Unless, like I said, you're going to go all Nazi on me and start building concentration camps for the naysayers or anyone that doesn't want to bow down to Mr. Ash. And then we're doing a whole other thing. Then it's, I mean, the Nazis were a cult, to be fair, if you didn't know. They were, by the way. See how problematic cults are and why we should all be speaking out about them? See what they do? But yeah, then we're doing Auschwitz or something. We're not doing on passive anymore. So let's, not do that. Okay? Let's not. That's not a good vision for anyone. Therefore, I reinforce my words with our leader and our CEO, Mr. Ash Mufareh. I really like it when Elon Musk does corporate webinars where he forces the people to follow him to proclaim their love for him and their loyalty to him. Oh, wait, he doesn't even do that with his technology? Oh, wow, weird. Maybe he should listen to Ash Mufareh. I am with Mr. Ash Mufareh 100%. That's too bad, I'm sorry to hear that. Hashtag on passive, hashtag Ash Mufareh, hashtag I stand with Ash, because it's still very much there. And then we have this lovely one. Oops. I accidentally clicked it again. Sorry. This is a write-up that was put in one of the WhatsApp groups, I believe it was, where they do little write-ups about each other's webinars. Because there's always somebody watching a webinar and then doing a write-up on what the person's saying. That's what they spend their time doing. It's very important, you see. So he says, listening to Red's question and answer, I feel the need to make something clear, which I'm confused about because I'm like, excuse me, who are you? You're not Mr. Ash Mufareh. I'm only supposed to listen to him. Are you one of the sources that Ash Mufareh has listed? I don't think so. I don't think so. Nuno is in Vibe. Shh, don't tell them. He is in Vibe, you're right. But shh, don't tell them. They haven't found out yet, apparently. But I guess we're listening to this person and they need to make something clear. And I'm like, well, I guess someone has to make something clear around here because Jesus Christ, again, clear as mud. Number 1. We have a whole list. I love it when we have a list. Number 1, when we migrated from OFounders to OES, the initial $97 followed us, and we even got additional 10 O coins, making the total of $107 our balance. Wow. Cool. My family and I have a bunch of Monopoly games, and I even have the digital one. And if I take my digital bank card from it and I put it in the machine, I can put in there that I have billions of dollars. And then I too could pretend to have money. It's great fun, I guess, if you're bored for an afternoon. Number 2, those of us who bought the OConnect subscription used those $107 to buy the subscription. And we get access to OConnect, not for 3 months, but almost a year. Not almost a year. I mean, it wasn't even a full 9 months. What do you mean? So that money was spent. Period. Nothing else to do about it. We spent it. Period. In other words, fuck you and your money. You don't get nothing. Number 3, some of us earn commissions in that process. Less than 10% according to Ash, which means that less than 10% are going to make commissions in on passive. Less than 10% bought the OConnect. Yeah. Looks like there's similar numbers to MLMs. 90% are unsuccessful here. And I feel like he's rounding up a lot. Those commissions are Ash's first thing to do when we free that money that is on hold now in the Bank of Dubai. Again, I'm not really sure why you think that money that was part of a money laundering criminal case is going to then be handed back to you. Usually they just keep it because it's ill-gotten gains. They cannot be sure that that money was made from everyone buying OConnect anymore, especially since Ash lost all his data from that time. So you have to prove in a case like this, all right, in a case like this where they take your money from you, they freeze your accounts, in order for you to get any of it back, you have to show that the money was received by you in an honest way. Okay? First of all, this is an illegal pyramid scheme. Secondly, it's not registered, and it's known as an illegal pyramid scheme, so that might be a problem. And then third, money laundering was going on with this money. Ash is not going to be able to prove anything because he gave all of the money and control of all of the money to the person being investigated for the money laundering. Your money's gone. Say, bye-bye, $40 million. Bye-bye. You're never seeing a cent of that again. You're all delusional to think that you're going to get it back. And the second it arrived in the U.S., the SEC is going to go, hello, that's ours now. You owe us $108 million, motherfucker. Like, where do you think that this money is ever going to make it into your hand as an OFounder? And like, this is just like common sense knowledge to me. Like to me, it's like, you don't need this. You shouldn't have to have this explained to you. You should be able to take 2 seconds and then use your brain, that thing that's in your head that you're supposed to use to think. But I'm starting to think that maybe you all forgot how to do that back in 2018. And just think about it for just a second. Why the fuck would they be like, well, thank you for investigating all this money and money laundering. Now you can have it back. Even if you won the case, they still wouldn't give you back the money. The Dubai police own that money now. All right? You're probably buying them some new police vehicles, and they're probably thinking of some upgrades to give their offices with it. All right? It ain't yours. Say bye-bye. BioConnect commissions. Okay? Like, it's ridiculous to me that you'd all be sitting here going, I can't wait until we get that. They go, okay. Anyway, not only those that some people made a withdrawal claim, but all of them. Some of us left those commissions in the wallet waiting for new products / renewals. We have no proof that anyone got any commissions in their own wallet, by the way. Still waiting for any proof that even one person got money. But they all got told, don't share your OES. Don't share any of that. Because Ash had to, if he didn't tell them not to share it, and they were making money, they would have all been sharing it everywhere. And he knows that we know that. So he tried to do something smart for once in advance. And he says, I'm just going to tell them all that they're not allowed to share their OES back office. And then none of them will know that I haven't paid any of them. All I have to do is say that I paid some money out. And they'll all think that, oh, well, it must have been somebody else that got that money, not me. And they'll never, ever think otherwise. And I'll probably just keep doing that with you, with all the money. If there is any more money in future. You know? Hey, Retro! Hope you're having a good day. 2 to 3 guys post these 30 million in Facebook OFounder group. Yeah, and they've gotten $0. I see it sometimes too. Like, you haven't gotten anything. They better hope Ash did great in crypto with the money he stole so he can pay them back. That's about all that he could be living on as far as I'm concerned. Marty said he got his commissions, not that it means he really did. He said a couple of times that he wishes he hadn't gotten his money since hardly anyone else did. Yeah, again, but then he also will say that he's never been paid by OnPassive. Right? So he kind of shoots himself in the foot with that one. Right? If we understood well our CEO, he wants to clean everything before going to the new direction. And you shouldn't have to clean up and legalize things. Maybe don't break the law to begin with, you know? Number 4 is a big question is related to those that have not activated their accounts, didn't buy the O Connect. They are still trying to make a decision about it. Really? I don't think you can buy it anymore now, so decision made. You're welcome. So we just need to wait for Ash to tell us what is decided. It's not only about money, but a lot of legal issues about it. Imagine being a part of a business that is like, we have a lot of legal issues, but please just trust and believe in us. We promise it's coming soon. And then not seeing anything weird with that at all. Imagine! No, literally, crappy Friday. I have aches and pains all over my body from hardcore deep cleaning my room. Well, I'm proud of you for cleaning your room, Retro. All right? Thank you for cleaning your room. I love you too, brother. But thank you for cleaning your room. So at least there's that. Hopefully you feel better by tomorrow. Oops. I think when Marty says he doesn't get paid by Unpassed, he's talking about the $8K a month that he and Chris say they aren't and never received from Ash. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. I still am kind of prove it though. I want to see that you did get paid. I don't think he did. I still think he's just lying because he knows damn well nobody got paid. So he's like, well, somebody has to say they got money on here. And he knows that out of all of the people in On Passive, if he didn't get paid, who got paid, you know? He allegedly has the biggest team here. So surely he would get paid out of anyone. Right? But yeah, there's legal issues about all of this, but just trust and have faith. And trust and have faith, even though there's legal issues. Number 5. He said he was making something clear. Apparently it was 5 things. Take care, Retro. So please be mindful about what are you asking for, expecting, or hoping for. Understanding things correctly is the crucial thing at this moment. Because we will need to make our mind about the decision we will have to make these days. Do we want to continue this journey or not? I say get out. Say no. Say no and leave. Be like, no, I'm good. I want off the stupid train, thank you. Yeah, it was a WhatsApp group. So these are the important things that had to be made clear. So I feel like for the last year at least, they've really been pumping up that people were about to get paid from the O Connect. And now they're like, no, guys, less than 10% are actually getting money from the O Connect payments anyway. All right. And it's 40 million or 52 million, depending on what source you watch and which webinar of Ash's you watch. So, they're just like, yeah, no, that's all going to happen. I think Marty got paid because Ash sent him some crypto, which was probably actually money that was taken from the founder fees rather than the O Connect sales, but Marty might legitimately know that. Probably. Which is $96,000 a year, which isn't bad living in the USA. Yeah, that's pretty good. 0 is less than 10%. I'm just it's so bizarre that they're now but it's less than 10%. It's forever. They were pumping up that everybody was going to get these commissions. And the spillover and the targeted traffic. So it was we're not leaving anyone behind. Remember? They said that over and over again. No one will be left behind. Blah, 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 blah. All this shit. Now they're actually, guys, less than 10% are making commissions on all the O Connect sales. It's Lord. They still don't wake up. So that is it for our What is Going On segment. I feel like that really does summarize, how the OFounders are kind of taking in this information. and what Ash has been saying over the last couple webinars. Because apparently you have to like translate and interpret what Ash says, because he's just so clear and transparent. I think we're going to go for our ad break now, and then when I return, we're going to hear Mike Ellis tell us all to shut up. We're going to see who's kissing his Ash. We're going to hear from Chris and why his eyes don't work. We're going to be asking ourselves what the fuck, and Gene might even make an appearance. So, you don't want to go anywhere. The men especially like Gene. So, stick around. Today's video is brought to you by...
Do you have a berserker demon? You may think that's a strange question, but I've dealt with berserker demons. What's a berserker? The word describes ancient Nordic warriors who fought with uncontrollable rage. This is where we get the expression, he was so angry, he went berserk. In the days of Vikings, berserkers would enter a trance before battle to get supernatural strength. They fought with a frenzy. Sound like someone you know? As we say, they lose it. Explosive anger can come from frustration, feeling disrespected, trauma, mental and hormonal issues, and drugs, but uncontrollable rage can be demonic. As an exorcist, I've dealt with berserker demons. If you've got one, you'll need more than anger management therapy. You may need an exorcism of a berserker demon of anger. That's inhuman. I'm here to help at boblarson.org.
Whoa, looks like you got a bit of a tangle in your dangle. Did you know that more than 8 out of 10 hose owners die each year? Not anymore. Hey, turn me on and watch my hose get huge. My mom always told me I was a grower, not a shower, and boy was she right. And if you squeeze me in the right spot, all my raging fluids will come flying out of me, and instantly I'll retract to my small, natural, convenient size. Amazing! Oh, yep. Shout outs to all my flowers and growers out there. And just like a real snake, it can contract and expand like an accordion. We really wanted to name it the Snake Hose, but that's the title of a gay porno. I've never seen it, but Lizard's close enough. This is my next door neighbor, Sharon. She didn't know I was filming her. She also didn't know I had my hose in my hand, too. If your hose weighs more than 15 pounds, I feel sorry for you. You see, women prefer light, dainty, petite hoses. You don't want to be walking around with a big honking nanner. Oh, Sharon. Whoa, watch the whoa, don't get it caught on the thing. Whoa. Hey, buddy, watch where you're going. You don't want to end up like that guy, still using a standard hose, not going anywhere, and he's fucking bald. Fuck! Look at my hose, people. Oh, yeah, it's growing fast, and it's not kinking up anytime soon. Now, I don't know who lives here, but it's time to wake up. Behold, the full length and girth of my hose and its full potential. Hey, can't you see I'm filming a commercial here, you fucking asshole? Wah! Take that, fuckboy! No one fucks with my hose! The Lizard hose is about $30. You get 25 feet. That's like, just a little bit more than $1 per foot. Now, fuck it, we'll give you 2. That's 50 feet. Get fucked. Come on, touch it.
Wait, do you have a condom? You don't have one somewhere? Yes. Oi, excuse me there, sir. Do you have these directions? Sure, you just go down that way and make a turn. Don't let her know that your dinger's almost a no-go. Get Tiny Dinger condoms to you discreetly. It's very important to choose the right size, so make sure that you get your tiny size. Don't be caught without a condom. No. Get Tiny Dinger condoms, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand. Located at your local CVS, pharmacy, Rexall, Shopper Drug Mart, Walmart, and in your favorite streamer's nightstand. We get it. You're into feet, and not many girls are also into feet, but you finally found your dream woman. We got your souls covered now. Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger Condoms, trademarked, a YouTube streamer's favorite brand, and the same people who brought to you Sexual Endorphin Spray, trademarked. We have now created the Foot Fetish Fantasia Spray. When you're rubbing on her toes, take a deep breath in and smell the sweet aromas of the toilet bowl, the tire shop, dead flowers, and your nana's perfume. After all, it will turn you on more than just her pinky toe will. This little piggy has been to the market and grabbed themselves a bottle of the Foot Fetish Fantasia Spray, trademarked. It made it so much easier to wake to my ex-girlfriend's feet after she posted up her beach trip vacay photos. Grab your bottle now and make that nasty foot fragrance vanish just like a ghost. Located at CVS Pharmacy, Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Walmart, Kmart, Chaz R Us, and in your favorite foot fetishist nightstand. Are you getting upset with people's freedom of speech and consumer protection laws that allow the public to speak out about your scam? Are you giving YouTube creators false strikes in order to continue preying on vulnerable people? Is it getting hard to hold it in? Hold in all the bullshit? Well, introducing Tiny Digger Diapers, the adult diaper designed for the man baby deep down inside who's always on the way to the top where his ears will pop. With our FlexiFit technology, Tiny Digger Diapers moves with you whenever you sit on your chair, sit in your RV, sit on a boat, or sit in your home office paid for by the people you scam. The Secure Lock Core offers unmatched absorption for when you're full of shit, which is most likely all the time. These diapers keep you dry and comfortable so you can attend all 500 hours of webinars this week and not miss your chance to sign up a homeless man to your scam. Maybe he also needs the diapers, huh? Brought to you by the same people who brought to you Tiny Digger Condoms and Fantasia Foot Spray. Buy Tiny Digger Diapers today. Located at Shoppers Drug Mart, Rexall, Walmart, Target, your local CVS pharmacy, and in your favorite con artist nightstand. No matter where your day takes you from webinar to webinar, you will always be dry and you won't have to cry. Thank you for listening to a message from today's sponsor. Yes, thank you. Now we're going to hear Mike Ellis tell us to shut up. That's right. He got kind of rude recently. I didn't appreciate that, Mr. Mike Ellis, by the way.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
But he was on I think it was either Benny's or OTech Pros, and he had a message for everyone.
But I want to come at it a little different way. I'm a simple guy. I really am. And I like simplicity and I like clarity. That's it. I mean, it's simple for me. Make it simple and be very, very clear.
Which is funny because you're in on passive.
On what's happening. And for me, what Mr. Mufara did just, I don't know if it was a day ago or 2 days ago, I lose track of time like everybody else. What
is that a thing that everyone does? Everybody loses track of time? I can suffer from time blindness at times myself, but I thought that was because I had an ADHD brain, not because everybody loses track of time. I mean, I'm sure there's times where people can lose track of time, if they're focused and doing something, they might lose track of time. But I feel like it's not a normal thing for him to be saying it like that.
What Mr. Mufara was doing is he was putting the old to bed. He was shutting the door, period. It was interesting. But for me, shut the door, bring in the new, really. And I'll explain that in just a little.
Ralph says, how can you not lose track of time if you're in on passive? All you're doing is sitting around waiting for the next webinar to start. A
little bit. I can't even tell you how many businesses I was in where we got to the end of it and said, shut the door, bring in the new. Shut the door, bring in the new, baby. No.
Weird flex again. I was in a whole bunch of scams that got shut down and tried to rebrand. And now this one is shutting down on passive and rebranding. You should trust me.
That's not what he did. In the past, when a business was died, it was dead. We were never going to go back into it. It was never going to come back alive. It was never going to do anything for everybody.
What do you think is happening to On Passive right now? Mike seems to think that On Passive is going to be like Jesus and it's rise again 3 days later.
And Mr. Mufara, what he did yesterday, he said, okay, we're going to put it to bed. We're going to shut the door and we're going to bring in the new.
Yeah. So what do you mean? He's like, other companies I was in, when they shut down their businesses, they were over. But, Mr. Mufara, he didn't do that. He just said that he was going to shut down his business and then start a new one. And I'm like, what?
But he also explained that in that 6-year period, there were a lot of really, really good things that happened.
Do you know what happened? You formed a cult of personality under him. That's what he's basically saying with that. He's saying we've created a cult-like community here where I am your leader and you trust me with everything. And I want to hold on to that, but we can't do On Passive anymore. So I'm going to try to figure out how I can keep running this cult and then have a business aspect of it so that it's not like a religion. Like, I don't want to be a religious god to you. That, obviously. So we need the business so that I can say, oh, no, that's why they look up to me, because I give them this stuff. That's all it is.
Absolutely wonderful things that happen. And he's getting rid of the bad. He's getting rid of the ugly. But he's taken that, what is good, and he's
getting rid of the ugly babies, too.
He's bringing it into the new. Now,
burn.
Do we know what the new is? No, we don't. He hasn't shared that with us yet.
And it's so weird to me that you're like, but I don't care what it is. Because whatever he does, I'll support it. I don't think you should ever do that. I've even seen it with content creators. Where, they'll have a community and they'll promote something. Like, BetterHelp is a scam. BetterHelp has gone through all kinds of bullshit where they've been called out for having, therapists that are not licensed. Very, very bad care for people. And, content creators will, promote it. And then people, ignore it. And they'll be like, oh, but I'm going to get it because I just really like this content creator. Whatever they promote, I'm getting. And I'm like, that's a dangerous mindset to have, though. If they're promoting something to you and then you look into it and it's not a good thing, you should not then be like, oh, but it's coming from them, so I'll just do it anyway. Don't do that. And it's weird to me that they're like, we don't care what Ash does or what business there is. We're just going to be a part of it. We'll just be here. Whatever it is. That's weird. Mike has been wearing the same clothes since I started watching On Passive. A lot of us swear that he only has 3 shirts. He seems to recycle the same 3 shirts over and over again. And 2 of them seem to be the same shirt in different colors. What happened to the file cabinets, Mike? Yeah, he seems to be in a new place. Mike moved his webcam. Yeah, maybe, or he had to downgrade. Who knows?
And I know when people got off the webinar yesterday, they probably had a dozen questions on, okay, what's the new look like?
But this is what I mean. Okay, so 1 minute you're going, Ash made everything very clear to us and what's going to be happening going forward. And then now you're like, and I know at the end of the webinar, everyone had questions about what's happening. It's like, how do you say this in the same speech? Explain that to me. I've never seen people contradict themselves so hard and so many times in the same, sometimes it's the same fucking sentence. And you're just like, you literally just said the opposite of it. I feel like that's what this whole fucking FriYAY is about too. Not only the fact that they keep bringing up a tech team they don't have, but also they just contradict themselves like crazy. Or say 2 things that completely contradict, but then we're supposed to believe both of them are true. How? Why? Why is this thing so hypocritical? Which I've learned is a big trigger for me. Hypocrisy is something that drives me nuts, especially when it's like blatant and so in your face. And it's just, this drives me crazy. I'm like, how do you do this? And like not notice ever? Because here's the thing, as humans, people are going to people. Humans are going to human. All right? I'm not perfect either. There's times where I've been a hypocrite. There's times where I've said things that don't make sense. But it's like, here, it's a constant. And you're just like, man, how do you keep doing it? It's just their way of life now. Mike is selling his furniture to keep the lights on. It almost looks like that. I was actually thinking that when I was recording this. I won't even lie to you, Violet. It's kind of funny you brought that up. Because while I was recording this, I was like, Mike's place looks like really empty compared to what I would expect, you know? Clear as mud. Hi, Edward. Mike be gaslighting every time he talks. It's true. It's true.
Shut up. Just shut up. Mr. Mufara, he's...
Yeah, just shut up. So here, hold on, I'll rewind in a few seconds just so that we get the full sentence.
probably had a dozen questions on, okay, what's the new look like? Shut up. Just shut up.
Yep. Shut up. Take your questions and shove them up your ass. And then you have the rest of these clowns. I was almost, when they first put it in this view, at first my thought was, why would they change the view from being full screen Mike while he's still talking? But then when he said this, and I got the reactions from all of them, and how happy they are about him telling everyone to shut up if they have questions, I was like, oh, no, actually, thank you. That was helpful. What do you mean, shut up? Why can't you ask questions? That's weird. That's weird. Okay, if I was out here and I'm saying something wrong, here's the thing. I had one day where I was just like really fucking tired. I had a day. You know, that happens to me. And for some reason, I was in like the Recovering Hunbot stream and I had mixed up, I think, Lynn and Julie's show or something. And she was like, Beth, what are you talking about? That's the wrong show. It was the other show. And I just remember I just started laughing because I was like, oh, Lord, sorry, I'm tired. But then part of me was like, but I'm glad that we have like the type of community where if I say something really stupid, people are going to be like, what? No, Beth, you got that wrong. What the hell? You know, and then I'll be like, oh, wait, yeah, no, you're right. That was dumb. Sorry, I'm really tired. I don't know how that just happened in my brain. And it just had me thinking, like, you know, at least our community, we're still with it. We'll still tell each other we're doing something wrong. And it's just like, it irks me that they want this community where you don't question anything, just blind loyalty and blind faith, no matter how many failures occur in a row with it. That's the thing. It's not successful. So there's no reason to have this amount of an ego about it. The unicorn company died. That's right. Violet's like, you shut up. Humor shows a person's IQ and EQ. He gets an F. Yeah, right. I do find that Mike does come off as one of those people that does take everything very, very seriously. Like, I don't know what it is. There's just, I've always found a disconnect with Mike. Like he doesn't do humor or joking around really. And when he does, it's something like this where you're like, that was just rude. But look at them all smiling at him saying that. They're like, oh yeah, we love it when we tell our OFounders to shut up when they have a question. That's weird. These are the people you call your family? I mean, granted, my family and I have said some shit to each other, but I have no contact with some of them. Don't put up with that from people. Don't let people abuse you and treat you badly like that, no matter who they are. Definitely not a bunch of people like Nancy said earlier who are on the internet, most of whom you've never even met. You really don't have to put up with it from people like that. You know, like, just think. Think. If they cared about you, they would want to answer your questions. They would not want you to be worried or not know what's going on. That would bother me. It has bothered me. There's been some things that I've wanted to out over here about on passive, but I can't because I have to wait. Whether it's to protect myself legally, whether it's to protect a source, or because I know that the recovering Hunbot is about to release it, so I'm like, okay, well, I'll let you do it then. I've done that before. And it drives me insane. I do not like doing it. Because I'm like, I don't want my community to wonder what's happening. I don't want them to think that I'm not going to tell them. You know, like, unless I absolutely cannot. Like, there's been times where I've wanted to say things about this. I even had to hint at everyone that there was a new company coming. Because I found that one out on my own. That was all me. But I was still like, oh, but I'm going to wait to really out it all because we have to go about this in a smart way. I'm more strategic than people think as well. And there's things that are going on, like the recovering Humbot and I are very careful about what information gets released and when and all of that. And there are very good reasons for all of it, I promise you. But neither one of us are like, oh, we love having information that we can't tell people. I can assure you of that. It's just like, oh, I have to. But, you know, I found out about the company and I was even hinting at you guys. I even said in a few webinars, like, what about your new company, though, Ash? Because, like, I can't. I was like, oh, I have to hint or something, you know? Because these guys got to get a hint that maybe this is about to end. And I was kind of also trying to hint it to you OFounders, but you don't care. But I hate that. I couldn't imagine being Ash and, like, having all these people waiting for products and then not telling them the products that I'm going to expect them to sell in future. But then wanting them to still, like, hang around and believe in me. That's weird to me. Like, that's bizarre. Why would you do that? Like, I don't, you know, it's weird. Stop doing that. You know, they should be telling you. You shouldn't have to wonder. You shouldn't have to guess. And if you are an OFounder in this and you are wondering and you're worried and stuff, you know, and you have questions, you should be allowed to ask those questions. You should have somebody who's going to make you feel comfortable. Not on the edge of your seat about to have a panic attack all the time, which is what I feel like being in this thing would be like.
Mr. Mufara, he's going to bring that out when it's ready. And it's going to be ready when it's ready, and it's going to be perfect as he launches it. You don't have to worry about that. Mr. Mufara, he told us he is going to share all of that with us. But he's brought all the good stuff from the old. It's in the new. We are going to be seeing what the new looks like very, very shortly. This won't take long, guys. So here we are. Shut up. Just shut up.
That's what I want to say to you, Mike. Shut up. Just shut up. Just stop. Just stop. If someone asks you a question, maybe you should be worried that you can't answer it because this is your business. It sounds a little ridiculous, and a lot of distributors and MLMs do this. And it's so funny to me because they'll be like, oh, do you want to buy the product? And then you'll ask them a question about the product, and they'll be like, hold on, I got to go ask the upline. And you're like, oh, for crying out loud. You should know about this, all right? You should know. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss, right? So you heard it here. Mike Ellis thinks that if you have questions, you should just shut up. Don't worry, blind faith, blind loyalty. Don't think. Don't have any critical thinking skills. You know? Just believe. Just believe. And, since we're talking about just believing in Ash. Joe, thank you for being a member for 48 months, 4 years, and I'm still here. That's right. I love you, Joe. Full circle, don't ask about a launch, right? Especially that. Lord. Don't even want you to ask, what the next phase of this is going to be, so definitely don't ask when it's going to launch. That will make Mike Ellis have a whole aneurysm. Lord. But yeah, since we're talking about, blind loyalty and love for Ash, I think now would be an amazing time for our segment of Kiss His Ass! That's right. It's Kiss His Ash, but we're talking about who's kissing ass. If you're new here. Just say it. Today's is brought to us from the On Passive Nation group. It's one of our favorite groups. It's where a lot of the tea is, right? That's where all of the real stuff happens. Because they feel the most comfortable in that group to be themselves and share with the other OFounders. So we get a lot of the stuff from there. And it comes from James Yates. You guys might remember he's been on a few of the webinars. He yells this entire thing at us in my mind. The whole thing's in full capital letters. And usually I would read it I have never doubted Mr. Ash, but I don't want to blow out your eardrums, okay? So I'm going to read it normally. Also because I'm still a little bit sick, okay? But I feel like if I yell this whole thing, my voice will go. And I need it for a bit. Oh, I will, Scam Chan. I'll save it, don't you worry. It'll come in handy. But James Yates here says, I have never doubted Mr. Ash and On Passive since October 2018 when I joined. After I joined, I piffed in my wife. I don't know what that means. It doesn't sound good to me, but whatever. I PIF'd in my wife. Our 5 children, oh my. Several of our grandchildren, oh no. Many of my extended family, a few of my highly respected On Passive friends, and a few of my PNG friends. My, busy man, James. I activated all of them. Now imagine all of the money. It's $97 an account. You activated all of those accounts? Jesus Christ. I believe I have attended all of Mr. Ash's webinars. His last webinar left me feeling very, very motivated. I don't know why. It's literally the last 2 webinars have been listen guys, we got to scratch On Passive completely. But don't worry, I hope I have something new for you soon. And they're like, it really motivated me. To do what? To wait more? Maybe more than ever before. Weird time to be the most motivated ever in this thing, but okay. My team is excited also. I've said this before. If Mr. Ash was going to leave us, he would have been gone long ago like many other shiny objects have done to me in the past. There's this weird belief here that since Ash didn't abandon them after he scammed them, then that means that obviously it wasn't a scam. Which isn't always true, but they believe that, I guess. Weird. So I am with On Passive as long as God will allow. Thank you, Mr. Ash. And then he posts this meme here. On Passive as the iceberg above the water. It says, what you think is coming. And then under the water, it's way bigger. And it says, what's really coming. Joe says he's still broke. Ralph says, I'm not sure what that means, but maybe don't put it on the internet, James. I don't know what it means either. I'm like, I have no clue what PIF apostrophe ED, like, what does that even mean? I don't know what that is. I don't know what PIFT is. It doesn't sound like you should be doing that with children, though. That's all I'll say about that. My team sounds like it's just a bunch of people who he's paying for, right? Right? I'm like, you realize that, like, if you pay for them now, like, then you'd also probably have to buy the products for them too. Like, at that point, we're not making money off of them. We're just paying out the whole time, you know? Whatever. And most of them may not even know they're in this company, right? That would be hilarious if you signed up a bunch of people and, like, didn't tell them. Oh, Serene gets it. She said she checked into it. It means paid in full. Thank you, Serene. I was like, I have no clue what that's supposed to mean. I probably should have, though. Paid in full. He may be broke, but he can piff like a young man. Good to see you, Chris. I'm glad you made it. So there's this meme. What do you think is coming? What's really coming? And, you know, I was kind of inspired because if you don't know, we kind of have a whole Titanic thing going on here with On Passive, and we have for a few years now because they've compared themselves to Titanic hitting icebergs a bunch of times. And I did a parody song of My Heart Will Go On called The Launch Will Go On a few years ago. So it's been a little bit of a running joke over here in our Sayers of Nay community to kind of, like, you know, meme the Titanic and whatnot. So hold that thought, because I did my own meme, Titanic based. What do you think is coming? You have them in the boat going towards a very teeny tiny ice cube of the US SEC. And then we have what's really coming. And we have On Passive as Titanic. And then we have the US Securities and Exchange Commission. And, yeah, I think you know the story. Really, the Titanic, please roll. Oh, I don't have it right now. Well, I don't know. Do I have it? I might have it. I might not, though. I don't know if I have the video version of it. But we can, like, get it before the stream's over if you want. I've played it quite a lot. I thought you guys would be sick of it by now, honestly. You know? It's on my channel, though. It's definitely posted. So I made my own, you know? Except the On Passive ship was really a shitty little fishing boat with Captain Chris Johnson and Ash. Yes. Yes. Then this is what I mean. So the whole boating thing, right, has been big here. For those that don't know, before Red was on a boat, Chris Johnson was actually Captain Chris Johnson, and he was the guy on a boat. But then Red got a boat, so he became the guy on the boat, and then Ash got Chris an RV. So you know, it's just kind of the theme. The theme over here is the boats, you know? So I did this one. Then I also did this one, you know, to keep the above and below the iceberg theme going. We have What You Think Is Coming. on passive as the iceberg. And then we have what's really coming. And of course, it's a melting ice cube with the SEC hair dryer. That's a hair dryer, which, by the way, I don't really use them. Haven't in a few years. Hair dryers look really weird nowadays. I was like, that's what hair dryers look like now? You would be surprised. Don't use a hair dryer or buy one for like 10 years. Go look them up. They look like weird technology things. They're very bizarre now. Maybe add in a giant squid being the they that robbed them all. Right. So I just thought, I'd fix the memes up. I like this one, I think, the best. I think it really, captures what on passive really is and what's going on right now. And that is it for this week's segment of Kiss His Ass. And like always, you know who else is kissing an Ash right now? Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson did a very interesting stream today, in which he started off by actually explaining to us why he can't keep his eyes open, which I found quite fascinating. And surprisingly, it has nothing to do with his glasses, apparently. But it is interesting what he says the reason is. Right? And then he kind of goes on a little bit of a rant. And so I grabbed some of it. And I think that we should give that a quick little watch right now.
You can see I'm just all over the place. And I want to let everyone know that a lot of people saying, Chris, are you okay? I've had trouble with my eyes forever. They're open. I just can't keep them open like you want me to. But I try. But yeah, you can always say prayers for my eyes.
So say prayers for his eyes. All right, he's always had trouble with them. Maybe because he's always needed glasses and just doesn't want to wear them. That can happen, by the way. And if you need glasses and you don't wear glasses, your eyes will get worse and worse and worse. But he continues on to really tell us the real reason why he can't keep his eyes fully open.
I think sometimes when you believe in something so much that sometimes you make sacrifices. Could be sleep, could be a lot of things, but I believe in this company so much that I will definitely go above and beyond like all of you have. Okay, prayers for healing.
So you're just awake all the time. It's this really weird thing that him and Chris have been doing where they say that him and Marty, have been doing where they say that they're like taking turns sleeping at night. In case Ash announces in the middle of the night that now they're launching, because they'll have to go live together and tell everyone. And Ash has been calling them, or doing calls with them at 11 p.m., which is quite late. All right, even I'm often in bed at that time. And it just seems like Chris is not sleeping at all. And he's not taking care of himself. Marty has not been sleeping or taking care of himself, and Marty's in the hospital right now. So, maybe, Chris, you should start taking care of yourself. If you're at the point where you can't even, open your eyes anymore because you're so tired because you're dedicating your time to on passive, that's a problem. Also, if Ash cared about you at all, he'd want you to get sleep. Here's the thing that I've never understood. Ash has often bragged that he makes his employees work around the clock. They've slept at the office, worked for 24 hours straight. He's like, yeah, I literally overwork my employees. It's amazing. And everyone applauds it. It's very weird. You're all expected to be checking things around the clock and barely sleeping and watching webinars all day and whatnot. But it's that's not how you treat someone that you care about. You tell them to take care of themselves. You don't keep them up all night. If Ash cared about you, he wouldn't be calling you at 11 p.m. He's in Florida. It's not like he's in India, so he has to call at that time. He can call you at a normal hour. Have you ever wondered why you're expected to be up all the time like this? Because this is literally what cults do. Sleep deprivation is great for controlling people. So, and you're not sleeping. And honestly, if Ash cared about you at all, he would say to you, you need to go get some sleep. Like, you can't even open your eyes right now. Like, you're going to go blind for on passive? That doesn't make you some martyr. You and Marty seem to think that if you sacrifice your health for this thing, everyone's going to look at you like saviors. You don't even have to do all that, man. They already think you two are the greatest, most intelligent men in the world. I don't know why, but they do. So why are you like killing yourself for this thing? And why is Marty killing himself for this thing? And why is this man who claims to care about you so much making the two of you kill yourself for this thing? He would literally tell you, like, go get some fucking rest. You know, take a few days off of the webinar. The fact that Marty ends up in the hospital and then you guys are like, we have to get him a laptop so that he can stream from his hospital bed is kind of disgusting. You're like, oh, don't bug him. He needs to rest. But I'm going to call him 7 times in a row. And then we got to get him to stream from his hospital bed because apparently you don't know how to use Restream all of a sudden. You used to stream by yourself all the time before you did it with Marty. Now you've forgotten how. Like, it's so weird. And I just don't get why you don't, like, clue into that. Like, oh, like, I need to go get some fucking sleep, maybe.
Today at 2 o'clock is an international. Hopefully our brother will be out of the hospital today. Marty is the key player to a lot of the things as we share restreams and all that stuff out. So I'm pretty sure, I think he'll be home today. He thinks he's got it because he is cranky. But that's okay. It's expected. I've been there. I know that. So remember today at 2 o'clock is the Arabic, but we want to open it for the Middle Eastern. So if you can, please don't go on there if you don't speak the language. You're not going to hear anything that you don't already know. Plus, you probably don't speak that language. So I know a lot of Indians want to go there, but Indian people, let the Middle Eastern get in there.
So this is a weird thing. Chris is telling you not to go to the On Passive webinar today, Friday. It was the Middle Eastern webinar. Ash was allegedly there today, but the whole thing is in Middle Eastern language, according to him. In their language, he says. It's in their language, those people. The Middle Easterns. They speak Middle Easterner. They speak Middle Easterner. They'll be doing that. You won't understand it anyway. You already know what's going on. You don't gotta be there. And that was like so bizarre to me. I was like, this is so weird. That's crazy. Chris says the Indians were complaining that they have more founders and have paid more money, but Ash has never had an Indian-only webinar, right? They have been. And they wanted to appear on this one because they do speak the language. Many of them. Middle Easterner. Maybe they speak Indianer. I don't know. But, like, they're not lying. That's true. It's true. Like Violet says, like, they have a point. Like, that's true. They do have the most founders, therefore, technically, they have bought into this the most. And Ash has never had a webinar for them. I get the impression Ash doesn't like them. He really hates Bangladesh. So maybe they should think about that. They have a right to complain.
You guys come on tomorrow, Saturday, 2 o'clock for the international. and we'll listen to what Mr. Mafara says on page 3.
So they definitely planned a webinar for tomorrow at 2 p.m. I will do my best to be here. If I'm not, then I'm not, though. I'll get it afterwards. But I will try. But it's just interesting that they couldn't do one because Marty was in the hospital, and then they went ahead and planned one for tomorrow at 2 p.m. for sure. So now I'm wondering, did they get Marty a laptop? And who did that? Did Ash order Marty a laptop? Marty seems to get a lot of things from Ash, you know? Interesting.
Also, there's a group I'm going to announce. I think Red's going to touch on it too. There's a group that a lot of us were in. The gentleman changed the name of the group, and he's talking nothing but negativity. I know it was posted in Omino's group of what group it is. I ask that you just get out of that group. The man, I don't know what his problem is, but he went rogue. He's listening to the other negative YouTube channels. And I'm going to say this again. And Ash even thanked me for saying this.
Wait until you find out who's gone rogue. You guys are going to be like, really?
If you are going on to YouTube channels that are talking nothing but negative, we ask that you unsubscribe to those channels. It's important because a lot of people hear one thing.
I was like, why the fuck does the whole company now revolve around Marty? That's what I've been saying. I've been like, Marty goes to the hospital and everything stops. They can no longer do the corporate webinars. I'm like, why? Because it's so weird too, because Chris has been the host verbally on there, like the host as in like the host of the show kind of thing. But now I'm wondering if he was only the host that in that sense, because Marty was doing all the tech stuff. And Marty has a hard time like reading comments and running the tech stuff, making sure that, you know, all the YouTubes are streaming and making sure, because to be fair, they are streaming it to several channels all at the same time, apparently, according to them. So it's like, it would be a lot of tech stuff in the background. But I'm still kind of like, again, why is everyone stopping? Like, Chris has done webinars in the past without Marty. How did we forget how to do everything? That's weird. A little worrisome.
And they believe it, and then they spread it. Nothing that anyone else is saying besides Ash Mafara is the truth. He's going to tell us the truth. And myself, Marty, Red, we are going to get on and explain it sometime.
That's so, they're like, yeah, no, Ash will come out here and tell the truth. And then we're all going to get on and we're going to interpret it for you. And it's like, is that not weird? Like, do you not, while you're saying that, sort of like clue in that sounds fucking stupid, dude? Why? We're transparent. Ash will come on here and say some stuff, and then we will tell you what he meant. Again, pickle it.
Times a little better as the week progresses after the meeting. Excuse me. I know Red does recaps. We try to give a little recap after the big meeting. And you can hear my voice is just going. I'm hanging on, asking God for good strength for my voice. But
I have to be honest. If I was an OFinder, I think I would find it kind of annoying that I just went and spent like 4 hours watching a webinar of Ash Mufara. And then the next day I'm expected to go watch Red Redford and have him basically just tell me what I also watched. Like I was watching it when he was watching it. Do you think that I'm so dumb I forgot what Ash said by the next day? But thank God Chris and Marty and Red remember. They can tell us. Like, I don't understand that. We all watched it at the same time. Why do I then the next day need you to recap it for me? Like, could you not at least wait, like, until the day before the next webinar for the recaps? That would make more sense to me. I've even done that with my audience where I've been like, Ash is about to go live. So let's do a live stream. It's been a little while. Let's do a refresh of what he said the last time. Like, I've done that. That makes more sense to me. But the next day, when everyone watches it at the same time, you know, it just seems silly. If you guys are doing the webinar on Saturday, the recap should be like Thursday or Friday. And then it would not be as insulting. I would be very annoyed by that. And I would be like, great, now it's going to be all about what Ash said for the whole day. You know? Like, what? We just got to repeat what he said over and over and over again all day long. Because it's like they're expected to go watch Marty and Chris in the morning at 9 a.m. And then they are told to go watch Red at 11. They all do a recap. And then you're supposed to go watch this other person's recap at noon. And then another person's recap at 2. And it's like, well, how dumb do you think I am that I would need 7 different people to give me a recap in order for me to understand what I just watched? Like, you're insulting me. You're insulting my intelligence at this point. It's so weird. Chris says, and then the founders pay them super stickers because they are keeping them informed. And it's so crazy to me. Because I'm like, were you not there too? Like, I swear I saw you in the chat. Like, you wrote a comment, they put it on the screen. What do you mean? Or like, you asked a question. Like, what do you mean? It's so weird to me. They've always done it that way. And I'm like, okay. Fucking whatever. But like, you should clue in. Like, if you need a bunch of people to tell you what he said, is he being clear? Is he transparent, really?
But just know this, Ash hasn't stopped, man. He hasn't stopped working. He's an amazing guy. He really is.
What's he doing, Chris? Because he says he doesn't have offices. He doesn't have employees. There's no products being worked on. Who's he allegedly been having all these meetings with? The only person he'd be meeting with would be like his lawyer team right now. And probably also being investigated by the Dubai police. So like, they probably want to talk to him a little bit. But you guys have been saying for months that he's behind the scenes, pulling all these strings, doing all this work, working around the clock to get this going. And then you find out that you haven't had anything to get going. So do you not clue in that obviously that means that this man is not working at all, ever for you? Because, you know, those lawyer meetings he's doing for himself. He's trying to get himself out of legal trouble. He doesn't give a crap about you with that. I keep trying to warn Marty, he will throw you under the bus if you end up getting him another lawsuit with the FTC for illegal income claims. You'll be on your own for that. I doubt he's going to go through all that again. So, like, clue in, bud.
He's stepped into all of our lives. He has told us what did he want to do for the last 7 years for some people, almost 8 years for some people.
What do you mean almost 8 years? Where are you getting that from? The company started in June of 2018. Chris, 2018 to 2019 is 1. To 2020 is 2. To 2021 is 3. To 20... like, what do you mean? How are you coming up with this? Did people sign up in 2017 that I wasn't aware of? No, this June, Chris, is 7 years. This June is 7 years, not 8. I guess you can say you're starting the 8th year, but it hasn't been around for 8 years. Or now you don't even know how long things been around for.
And he's pushed himself. Like I said, when you believe in something that much, you make sacrifices. You go all the way.
Well, it says he's lost without Marty in his calculator.
The value in Ash Mafara is all of you. All right, this is why he's doing it, because he truly wants to change the world.
Actually, what Chris said here is very telling. He's right. The value of Ash Mufara is all of you. Without all of you following him and willing to give him your money and all your time and your energy for nothing in return, he has nothing. Especially right now. You're the ones giving him the power to hurt you. You can just as easily take that away. The great news is you're in control of that. But without you, Ash is nothing because he can't do anything without you. Especially now that he's broke.
I believe in my heart he's going to do that with the help of all of you. Keep your faith up. Get off those negative groups and negative channels. It's not doing you any good. I know you're curious, but you know, what do they say? Curiosity killed the cat. All right, when you hear someone talking negative about something, you start thinking. Ignore them. They have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, Chris said it here. You start thinking. They don't want you to do that. No. It'd be really bad if you took a second as an OFounder, took a step back, and started actually thinking with a clear head. That's their biggest fear, is that you do that. If you do that, you'll realize what this actually is. Chris didn't mess up there. He meant to say that.
You hear someone talking negative about something, you start thinking. Ignore them. They have no idea what's going on. They don't know the truth. Only one guy does, and that would be Ash Mufara.
Only one man knows the truth in this earth. Mr. Ash Mufara. He is our prophet. We will follow him.
So,
I just wanted to get the clap at the end because I thought that was fun. But yep. Basically, Chris was like, yeah, I can't keep my eyes open because I don't sleep. Because I'm dedicating my life to this scam. Also, people are waking up and you should ignore them. They're going rogue. Please don't start thinking. Ash loves all of us, all his children. And he promises that as long as we continue to praise him and repent for our sins of questioning this thing, then he will bring us all lots of gold. It's funny how the Sayers of Nay know more than all the founders combined. A little bit. Just a little bit. But that's what Chris had to say. Oh, yes, it is. That's what he had to say. And like I said, you will not believe who has been speaking out about On Passive now. That's right. We are going to be welcoming some new people into the Sayers of Nay. And they might be familiar faces. You maybe know them. Let's take a look at who they are. We have On Passive OFounders, Marius. Sorry, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. I don't mean to do that. Come and yell at me and say, you dingbat, this is actually how you say it. And I promise I'll do better next time. But they've been pretty loud lately, saying to the other OFounders in the On Passive OFounders group, you don't understand the situation. They tell you it's a scam, and you talk about patience. You've been scammed by Ash Mufara. Waiting won't change anything. Even after 900 years, a scam is still a scam. On Passive is a scam. Too bad you haven't figured it out yet. You're wasting your time hoping. Your life won't change with On Passive. Ash Mufara is a professional scammer. On Passive is a scam. On Passive is a scam. On Passive is a scam. A lot of them are doing the On Passive is a scam thing. And he posted up this picture of Ash Mufara. Violet says, new blood. Ooh. So he's been speaking out now for a few weeks over on Facebook. So we like to see it. We like to see it. Welcome, Marius. Welcome. Welcome to the Sayers of Nay. Keep it up. I have one more. I think this is the last one. Chris says the new rookie to Hayes. Be kind. Be kind. But this one is quite fascinating. Mr. Ash, CEO on passive, they say. Is that your obediency towards us? Can't you feel our pain? One side, you clearly told them on passive is no more. Second side, your leaders are buttering on your words. Now they are teaching us the meanings of your words. Why? We all founders are not mad. Okay. Someday, before your leaders told for launching debt, credit card soon, now what happened? So it's a little bit of broken English, but I'm trusting you guys are gathering what they're saying. You are such a CEO who compelled founders to suicide. If not, just listen their hearts and their families. Okay, you looted our happiness, time, good relations, and money too. Can you show how much amount you got from we innocent founders? And today, you are being planned to transform us in new business plan, which will not be acceptable at any cost. You all will be cursed by those who left the world and those who are still waiting for on passive. You and your leaders made us big fool to the founders and affiliates. Finally, you succeeded in your pre-thought plans. Dear people, just think, why COO, all CMOs, many dignitaries left on passive. It's translated into Hindi. And it ends with, we request you at the end to reestablish on passive only because people love this word heartily. But after this, there were some more posts that were also a little bit like, fuck you for ending on passive, Ash. You took everything from us. And you may be wondering why today's meme review was a little bit shorter than usual. I did stretch it out a bit, but had a little few memes missing. Memes that you may have been used to seeing. Memes that you may have been used to seeing by SP Singh from India. SP Singh from India is one of the OFounders that made a lot of the on-passive memes, especially all of those really crazy ones that we would be reacting to. So, he wasn't done, like I said. I just wanted to prove it to you, too. I don't even want you to believe me when I just say something. Gotta show proof. And here, he tagged Chris Johnson and 10 others. And he said, why follow YouTubers? Are they true? They spoil mental status only. And then under it, he says, just block and unsubscribe all on passive YouTubers to save founders and as well as other people's life. They only malpractice in looting our time, energy, passion, and mental peace by giving fake encouragements. Indeed. Nowadays, we should adopt it, unsubscribe all to get mental peace for some days for your family and kids, please. I can feel your situations, so just do worship. Be positive for your own life only and for your lovely family. Regards. Rest as you wish, dears. So, unsubscribe from all on passive YouTubers. Welcome, as they say, to the Sayers of Nay. We do welcome you. And another thing I want to let you guys know, who we should also maybe welcome to the Sayers of Nay, is our dear buddy, Ben Yam Rabkov. But we'll get into that. I think I'm going to have to do a video, actually, on good old Ram Ben. But they have not been posting about On Passive for several weeks now, and they did a lot of our On Passive story times. So, just saying, just saying, we've been switching it up over here for our FriYAYs, because, people are about to drop off here, and then we're not going to have content left. But it's okay. It's okay. I got us. I definitely do. So I think now would be a great time, after welcoming people, to just kind of go WTF.
I'm about to whip somebody's ass.
WTF. So what is making me say WTF this week? A lot, as you saw. This whole stream has basically been me just going WTF over and over again. But lately, it's how the OFounders are delulu. Surprise! You're like, you talk about that every week, Queen. I know. First of all, we have Chris Johnson. He keeps posting up this damn picture of him and Ash It looks like it was taken 10 years ago. All right, and he's made it his profile picture. They just look like young. I think they used AI to fix it up, but it made them both look like not real and kind of a lot younger. Either that or they both have aged horribly over the last 6 years. 7 years almost, not 8, Chris. But, I guess keep that in mind. But what made me laugh about this wasn't just the fact that he keeps doing this and posting it up randomly to promote how they are so close and Ash is so great. Guys, this isn't even his fucking picture. Somebody else's tag. Somebody else's tag is there. And I'm like, dude, how do you keep doing every time he posts this picture up, he takes it from somebody else posting. Chris, do you not have a copy of this damn picture? Reach out to the people that keep posting it and ask them to send you an original copy so that you can post it on your damn social media. This is so weird to me. And it almost looks extra fake because Ash's peace sign looks all weird. Whole thing bugs me. But yeah, I just found it, again, funny. Funny as hell that it's always him posting it. It's not his picture. So if there's this picture, Chris, find us the original and post it up. I want to see it. All right, I'll be waiting. But don't steal the booze picture. It's just so weird to be your profile picture to have somebody else's tag on it. And it's supposed to be a picture of you, but you don't have the original. Everything's weird here. Nuno! Nuno's bothering me this week, okay? I'm beefing with Nuno. He's crazy, that Nuno. But Nuno posted and says, this is going to drive you nuts. O-Tracker will help boost your business with its analytics. Hashtag on passive. Hashtag the future of internet. Hashtag O-Tracker. Hashtag web analytics. Hashtag business tools, which On Passive doesn't have. Hashtag data analytics. Hashtag OTrim. Hashtag Facebook Reels. Hashtag Ash Mufara. Hashtag views 1 million. Hashtag amazing. Hashtag Reels. Hashtag viral. Hashtag trending. Hashtag FYP. If you don't know, that's for you page. Hashtag for you. Hashtag unpassive underscore artificial underscore intelligence. Hashtag what underscore is underscore unpassive. Hashtag unpassive underscore domain. Hashtag unpassive underscore information. Hashtag OConnect. Hashtag OMail. Hashtag OTrim, again, in lowercase letters. Hashtag ONet. Hashtag unpassive ecosystem. Hashtag IP blocking, which, when did they do that? Hashtag user analytics. Hashtag path analytics. I don't know why. Path analysts. I don't, okay. And he posts up this, Nuno posted this morning. Nuno, there's no teams, there's no offices, there's no employees, there's no products. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you even doing this? Ash comes out here and tells them all, listen, we don't want any attachment to our old products or any of our old stuff. And then they're like, guys, O-Tracker is coming soon. Like, I can't with this, okay? Fuck is this, Nuno? Seriously, dude. O-Tracker will help you boost your business? It doesn't exist. Just stop. Stop this right now. This is awful. This is awful. Alrighty? Awful. Yeah, I don't think it's the Boston event either. I think it's an AI picture, personally. I think this is from when Ash was in the RV tour in Massachusetts and Detroit, and he took some founders to dinner in Detroit. It could be. It might be from there. Nuno is El Stupido. I'm just like, okay, you literally heard Ash say it. You did a post telling everyone about how Unpassive was shutting down. I read it at the start of this stream, Nuno. Like, I don't understand, you know? Like, but anyway. Anyway, here we are. Then we have this. It's another thing that made me go, Mah! You know? And it's Ahmed Malvia. Probably mispronounced that. I'm sorry. Doing my best. They say, some have left this world and some more will leave this world. Then this will be launched. Well, there is no answer to the member of the Unpassive Go founder. Beta testing of all tools is going on right now. How is it? Really? Does Ash know? Traffic will start coming as soon as the beta testing is completed. All right, so I've been sick, but also I've been losing my mind all week. Because it's like, you literally hear Ash come out and be like, Unpassive is over, we don't have any offices, we don't have any employees, I'm the only one, there's no products, I'm not going to tell you anything yet, you're going to have to wait. And then everyone comes out and just starts announcing shit. Like, where are you getting this from? Who said anything about beta testing? We haven't been talking about that in over a year. It's like, did you watch an old video and think it was from yesterday? Like, what happened? What happened? And those were everything that made me go, what the fuck? And make me think that these OFounders are definitely deluded. If we needed any more proof of that, I've got you.
I'm about to whip somebody's ass.
WTF. You're like, but Queen, how do you got me? Well, we're going to take a few moments because something really funny happened again where Scam Passive posted up a video of Gina Oliva and called it So I think he called it like on passive nutter or something. It had a name, okay, where it was very much noticeable that he was not in support of Jean or what she was saying here. Calls her a nutter in the title. And what happened was he put that up, and then a whole bunch of people started taking it and like sharing it around, and then they translated it into Hindi. And they were all sharing it around. It was great fun. It was great fun. And so I thought that we would just kind of have a little giggle. It's only like 4 minutes long or so. Don't worry, we're almost at the end here. All right, we're watching Jean, and we got a short story time, and it's over. We're almost at the end. But I just thought we would laugh it and just kind of giggle to ourselves for the end of the stream before we have our story time, you know, just to kind of release some of this crazy energy and this what the fuckness of them just not accepting there's no tech team and that this is over. And just have a little laugh at Jean being a nutter. Because everyone loves Jean.
We love On Passive and all of its products. We want to not use those words anymore. We want to keep our minds fresh and open and be ready for the new information that comes from Ash. Every week he's going to be giving us strategically a little bit more information when it's safe to release it. And that's when, just like Engineer Santa said, that is when we share A or B or C or whatever. When we get the information from Ash about the new company, the new products, the new platform, then we can share it. So we just need to trust Ash and wait for the information before, and just not use the old terminology. But what I wanted to talk about,
which is so funny, because remember how much they changed the terminology in On Passive? Like, they made up their own words for things. Like, apples meant money and all that. And now they're like, oh yeah, so now just like forget everything.
About today, when I look at the topic, it's preparing for the next chapter, rooted in past learnings. And when I read that, it made me think about the word rooted, and how the past week I've been gardening in my yard and putting in some flowers. I'm not a great gardener, but I want to be better. And I noticed that a plant that looks beautiful, it's very robust, little yellow flowers, has taken over the lawn. Now, I don't know if you know the concept of an invasive species. This is a plant that has come from another country, and I
actually do. Believe it or not, Jean. One of the jobs that I've had is selling lawn care. So I actually know a lot more about lawns than maybe the average person. Because I actually learned this shit. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it came from another country, though. I found that a little weird. It means like basically it's a weed that can spread and it will take over your whole lawn. And if you don't get rid of it, it can ruin your soil. It will fuck up your gardening, all of that. But it doesn't always come from another country. Like, granted, yeah, there are some that are, come from other countries. But do you think that the immigrants are coming here with seeds and then planting them in your yard? Like, I'm confused. All right. And yeah, maybe a little bit of that has gone on in the horticulture world, but I just found that so funny. She's like, it means that they come from another country. Because, they're Trump supporters, so I'm sure to them everything bad comes from another country.
In the U.S., in Pennsylvania, where I am, it's not native, but it is growing like crazy and taking over. So I want you to think about the concept of this plant that comes into a lawn. It's very pretty at first, but then it causes problems. It puts in deep roots and it spreads.
Yeah, like On Passive. was a shiny object at first, right? But then the last 7 years, it's done nothing but cause problems, hurt people, strung people along, screwed people over. I have a very hard time with Ash giving all of the money to Muhammad Kamal, having money laundering going on, and then not thinking that that was on purpose because Ash was setting him up. I find it weird that Ash would give that much power to somebody else as a narcissist, unless he was in some way going to benefit from it later by using him as a fall guy. It's just very weird to me. If you had $40 million coming in and you were being sued for $108 million, why would you tell somebody else to be in charge of it anyway? Unless you knew that they were okay with doing money laundering with it. And you knew that if you gave them full control, you could claim ignorance. Which is what he's doing. It's just very bizarre. I don't know anyone in business who would do that. That's insane. Unless there's some other nefarious reason, you know?
So if you think about it like negativity, those roots go deep into the lawn and it spreads.
Yeah, she's not out.
And what you have to do with a plant like that, you can't just pull it out at the top. You can't just nip it off. You have to pull it out by the root if you don't want it to come back again. Does this is this concept making sense? When you have a weed, when you have a weed in your lawn or in your garden, you must pull it out by the root.
No, I actually advise against that as someone that used to work in lawn care. That's not how you'll actually get rid of the weed. I'm just saying. All right, you want to kill it at the root. But if you just go in there and you rip it out, they're going to come back. They're going to come back.
And discard it. Otherwise, it'll keep coming back, keep coming back. So the analogy here is we need to root out all the negativity and move and get rid of it and then move on. And sometimes an invasive plant like this can be so tenacious and so widespread that you need to start with a fresh plot of ground, a fresh plot of earth. And that is essentially what we're doing with this next chapter. We have a fresh plot of earth that is going to be planted with seeds. And we don't know exactly what seeds they're going to be. But the seeds are coming from Ash Mufara.
Who cares?
And we trust and
that she wants a seed. Guys, she wants a seed, all right? You heard it here first. She's after Ash Mufara's seed. She's all in. She's all in for a seed. It's so funny to me. I love it. She's like, and then he's a seed. We don't care what seeds they are. We don't care.
Welcome to the cum zone. Only cum inside.
All right, we want a seed though.
Quivering clit, double jointed pussy, fresh balls, elegant ejaculation. First the kiss, then the cum. My dick is in love with pain. Co-op cock torture. Stuff my dick into a...
All right, that's enough of the cum song. But yeah, we get it. We get it. You want his seed.
know that any seed coming from him is good seed.
Woo!
And if we're putting it into this fresh new plot of earth, all we need to do is water it, give it sunlight, give it positivity, keep the weeds out. Pull them out by
helps. You don't know the cum zone song?
the root. every time you see a weed, and nourish these plants as they grow, and we know that they're going to be strong and beautiful and robust. And if they're vegetables, they're going to nourish the earth. And if they're flowers, they're going to inspire the people. And it's so the analogy, can you imagine this analogy?
You don't know anything about gardening at all, because you know you keep certain types of plants all together if they're the same kind and away from other plants and etc. Anyway, you do you, Gene. I can see you're not that great of a gardener.
Analogy of we had some invasive plants come into our lawn.
Oh no.
Our beautiful garden.
Oh no.
Now is the time we need to root them out and move to this fresh plot of earth where seeds are being planted by our CEO. Beautiful seeds, mysterious seeds, exciting seeds.
Mysterious seeds. Exciting seeds. Really, it's CD.
Very exciting seeds. Bigger and better and more beautiful than the seeds we had before.
So, like, I'm very confused by this whole analogy.
You get me? And so...
No, I don't.
All we need to do is tend this garden. Tend this garden and know that it is going to be beautiful and nourishing and glorious if we just stay positive, keep the faith, keep the weeds out, stand by our main gardener, Ash Mufara, and we're going to be set. So that was my original concept that I wanted to start with. I have...
Yep, her original concept. I'm like, maybe next time just keep it to yourself, Gene. You don't need to hear about how you want Ash's seed. All right? All right? Salami says she looks crazy as fuck. She does. She does. Also, I don't really get the analogy. Like, it starts off with you're the gardener of this garden and this lawn. And then there's weeds taking over the lawn. So I was like, okay, are the weeds then like Muhammad Kamal, like the bad negative people according to you? And then the lawn is on passive, and the garden is like your business that you're gardening to like make better, and the products are the seeds. But then she kind of like fucks it up at the end, because then she's like, and our main gardener is Ash. And the seeds are going to be either flowers or they're going to be vegetables. I'm like, all right, you lost me. I don't know. I'm not even going to try to figure it out anymore. But yeah, I just thought that was fun. That was a fun one, and I thought it was hilarious because they actually took this in on passive, translated it into Hindi like in 3 different videos, and they were posting it all over the place. And I was like, but that was posted up on a channel calling her a nutter. You might want to like, and it is the same video. It has the white part at the bottom. Like, I was just like, what are you doing? So yeah, you can go and watch that in Hindi too if you want. But guys, we have made it. We have made it to the very end of the stream. It is time to get comfy, because it is time for our on passive story time. It's a short and sweet one today.
A story time from On Passive.
We all have our stories. We can't change the past, but we sure can change the future. My family of On Passive, you are always in my prayers. We can all talk about helping people, we can say many things. Actions speak louder than words. I pray that all of us never forget to help other people when all of our dreams come true. This is what Ash has been teaching us. Never forget that. I love you all. Chris Johnson, United States. A Bill Must production.
Thank you for listening to
A Story Time from On Passive.
Yeah, it was posted up as an on passive story, but I feel like it was Chris just telling us quotes. I was like, all right, thanks for that. Thanks for that. Yeah, Alps, like I was saying, Ben Rom he's not doing on passive posts at all anymore. He might have left. he might have left. I've reached out and asked if he has left, to tell you the truth. I'm waiting for a reply. I will let you know if that happens. But that is all I have for you guys today. I hope that there will be a lot more live streams this upcoming week. I should be able to go live more than I have been because I've been feeling like really, really sick. So hopefully, we're getting better and moving on forward. So I hope that all of you have a wonderful, amazing weekend. Tomorrow, I am going to try to stream Snipe if I am here. I will let you guys know closer to the time on the community tab. So do check that. Also, if you're in the Discord, I'll let you guys know in there. It depends on how my day goes and what's really going on. But, if I am home, the weather's getting nice here. And, the little one wants to go out more. So, that's what I mean. If I am home, then I should be able to stream Snipe. If not, then maybe after it's done, we'll take a look at it. Maybe we'll look at it next week. I don't know. Always stay tuned to the community tab more than the OES. No, I'm joking. Please don't do that. But, check in with the community tab to know what's going on. I'll let all of you know. Have a fabulous, amazing weekend. And I will hopefully see you all tomorrow. And if not, then first stream. For sure. For MLM Monday. So, don't worry. We'll get to hang out more. I know some of you guys are like, I miss hanging out with the chat. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry. I need to get better first. But I love all of your faces. Thank you so much for being here with me and for hanging in here and getting through all that with me. Because, boy, that was a lot to me. It was a lot. Not our longest stream, though, but it was a lot. And I will see you all very, very soon. Like always, we're in it to win it.
My name is Ash Mufara, and I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufara, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
Call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke. If that's a call. Hey.
And I'm your friend.
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my own. And it breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufara. If you're rude, if you've been doubting or spying, or we know who you are.
Stop going there. She wants to be the first to make us look silly. Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there asking for a debate. That's the lady I brought on. Her debate was 3 minute Ash. And another Queen of Karma asking about why don't we answer the question about religion. I think we've answered that over and over again.
I've been answering them all more than one. It's not the answer you want, but call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke.
Alright, this is a great way to start your day. Come here and tune in to Crazy and talking about their experiences.
My name is Ash Mufara, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
going there.
Keep down, Mr. Rebels!
That negative YouTube channel has got more founders on it than I do on my own YouTube channel. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name's Ash-splaining.
Stop going there. Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there.
My name's Ash-splaining, and I'm your friend.
Bye, everybody!
Let's go to Guyana.